Jonah will be secured at least by Peter. The what? From afar, gets high, ends up losing his life, and sees Triple G just basically falls
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, and we bring you to the Free Fire World Series 2024 for Southeast Asia. And this is week 2 of the knockout stages. It's another 3 days of back-to-back exciting Free Fire action. At your service and desk, I am Neptune the Gemma Garcia. Together with me is the one and only, the amazing Pistachio AJ, and we will be the voices that you will be hearing all throughout this day.
Thank you for the introduction, Neptune. You have hyped up the energy already, and I understand exactly why, right? Because the teams have done a fantastic job setting the tempo in week 1. And as usual, Thailand is out there absolutely whooping everybody into shape, followed by Indonesia. But of course, the story for week 2 is going to be whether or not we see the rise of Vietnam as well as Malaysia. They are kind of lagging behind, led by Esports at the moment. But I've got high hopes, my friend.
Definitely. I mean, hopefully they've used this like past few days of rest for good. So for doing the homework, looking at their enemies, looking at their opponents, and also those groupings that they are involved. Because pretty much that really changes the pace. Once you're set up in a different group, it changes your group to a different style. And that is where you can make those adjustments work into your favor.
Thankfully, I think whoever is in the background for the Free Fire World Series overall kind of really knows the strength of these teams, but they kind of left it up to luck, and luck has sorted out the groupings in a just manner. We don't see the overall leaderboard absolutely conquered by just one squad. The groups are all spread out, right? I mean, you've got 3 teams within Group B itself that is in our top 12. Sorry, we've got 5 teams within 4 teams. 4 teams within the top 12. We've got 3 of them within Group C that's in the top 12, and of course the rest of them from Group A. A pretty balanced fight thus far. But it doesn't really matter what week 1 told us, because we all know, just like any league stage, the first week, the first day, usually the first week kind of drags out into more of finding out the flavor of your opponents, right? I say the first day because in the past we used to have really short leagues. But this one, this tournament is a different beast altogether, my friend.
Exactly. Later on, we're going to show you what we're talking about. But again, I couldn't agree with you more, because that was just like the preset of everything. Week 1 is just a preset of everything that is just to hype up start up the tempo. And for those who have already shown everything that they have, it might be difficult, because once they drag on to the rest of the weeks, they will be caught off guard with their tactics, with those teams who are making adjustments, analysis, and homework all throughout.
But I think that is going to be great in the long run for all of the teams involved, especially the top-notch squads, mainly because you get to train against the best of the best, right? This is like professional scrims out there, and there's also money on the line. There's also money on the line to prepare you for the the Esports World Cup that is just around the corner, that Free Fire is going to be a part of. But of course, before we go that deep into the storyline, let's take a look at the tournament timeline. We have started off in March. Last week was week 1. We are in week 2 this time round. We've got the 3rd week of play on the 1st week of April. Sorry, there are many weeks in this sentence. And then we take a break for Hari Raya so that the Muslims can, of course, celebrate the special days. And then we get back into the rhythm of completing our group stage. There's a total of 6 weeks of group stage, followed by 1 week, 3 days of grand finals. And this is what they're playing for, Neptune.
And definitely, this is a 300,000 total prize pool that we have in US dollars. The first one, the champions, will be taking home 1/3 of that, 100,000 US dollars. And as you go down, it goes down as well. And you mentioned there's a lot of weak from the previous slide. This one, there's no weakness at all. Everything will be grabbing a piece of that pie, and everything will be a winner. But why don't you want to be on the higher piece of that ladder?
Yeah, I mean, as long as you hustle better, as long as you hustle more, as long as you put in proper work into your Free Fire journey, you will be rewarded, right? And in the past, there have been many teams where I have come across where I have created many theories as to why they falter. Perhaps it was a strategic approach, perhaps it was this, perhaps it was that. But you know, most of the times, in my experience, what I found out is it's usually just down to teamwork and whether or not they were feeling it, right? So we can't just chuck into that just yet, because each and every single game will matter on your journey towards the top. And let's see exactly how you collect those points to get to the top. You hit the booyah, you walk away with 12 placement points, 9 placement points if you hit the second place, third place gives you 8. You minus off 1 placement point for every single consecutive position that you grab under that, but 11th and 12th place gets you nothing, Neptune.
Yeah, and elimination points will be equivalent to 1. So for those who are not getting any placement, at least, hopefully they will be getting eliminations overall. And the revive system is making sure that we get more than enough in terms of elimination. Later on, we're going to show you what we're talking about, because there's a lot of heads popping up in this game, because 12 is the peak. It is a threshold in terms of placement point, but you can go above that. And we've seen a lot of teams take 30 in one game just because of elimination. But in case there will be a tiebreaker by the end of the competition, we do have some rules that we are considering. And this goes down to number of booyahs, and then followed by total elimination, and then survival ranking, if in case the first two still doesn't balance it out.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, in a competition that is neck and neck like this, you surely do need tiebreakers like these, because you never know exactly when you might need them out there on the battlefield, right? Especially when you've got teams like Reverse Red, who are just not giving all of those teams room to breathe. Buriram, who can still prove that even though the opponents or the viewers out there doubted them in the initial stages, were pretty much disappointed with their rise to the occasion by the time we ended week 1. You know, teams like CGGG, who are just so much of a hot pot out there to handle, especially when it comes to the engagements. You've got Stalwart, basically all the Thai teams, man. I mean, they've just been absolutely whooping everyone.
Exactly. And the thing is, the good thing they're not in, like, not everyone is in the same group. This is the division of that group right now from Group A, B, and C. And as you can see, we have Evo's Divine, CGGG, Team Flash, Expand, Indo Stars, and God of Wolf representing Group A. And for Group B, we have Stalwart Esports, P Esports, RRQ, Kazu, Homebois, Conspiracy, Heavy, and Reverse Red for Group B. And for Group C, we have Walking Amongst God, Diwa United, Apollo, Buriram United Esports, Todak, Onyx, Olympus, and Attack all around. So Group C will not be playing today. What we're going to view right now for this day is just Group A and B.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So Group C is taking a rest, and you know, I really am looking forward to WAG's play style, because I have fallen in love with them, as well as their resiliency all throughout their Vietnamese run. But you know, when it comes to the C level, they seem to be struggling a tad bit, but they have gotten their name right at the very least, walking amongst gods, because the rest of the teams have truly been showing their godlike plays out there on the battlefield, and we just get to witness a little bit more of that. Of course, 2 out of the 5 Thai squads will be taking a rest because they are part of Group C. That's going to be Buriram as well as AAA. Onyx, of course, will be taking the bench for Indonesia. As for the rest of them, though, that you see on your screen right now, these are the teams that are going to be in play today, Neptune.
Yeah, we have the players of God of Wolf, we have Team Flash and Indo Stars, and then we have Evo's Divine, CGGG, and Expand in this Group A. Now, we've seen that there's a lot of teams out here that needs to move up. You did mention this already, but most of the players from the Thailand region, like Stalwart Esports as well as Reverse Red, has already taken the top part of this leaderboard, and like Heavy, and PE Sports, as well as Homebois, need to climb up a little bit more, because RRQ is also part of the first half of our leaderboard, and it's not an easy climb for the rest to move up.
And this is the team currently sitting in the 4th spot here with an average elimination of 8.9, average 65 damage out there on the battlefield, as well as 10 assists. Stalwart Esports with a dominant run thus far within week 1. 3 booyahs to their name to tally up with teams like CGGG, Reverse Red, as well as Buriram, and they have the firepower to be a threat out there as well, right? Not too shabby with those placement points at 107 thus far, and their star player, the one and only Cypher, with a 2.3 average headshot out there, followed by 2.6 eliminations. I mean, he definitely knows how to follow up.
Exactly, I mean, that is the one thing that you need to do. Though you can knock down a person, a player, with a headshot, you need to follow it up with a confirmation. Now, we are going to show the statistics for RRQ Kazu. Average elimination of 7.7, as well as average damage of 55,435, and an assist of 8.5, a little bit higher compared to what we've seen from Stalwart Esports. And that is one reason as well why the Indonesian team of RRQ Kazu is, of course, reckoned with. They need to further increase this, not only against Stalwart Esports, but also against those above them, especially Reverse Red. But we have a buy high right here. In terms of headshot, not so much compared to Saifa that we've seen earlier, 1.1, but eliminations quite close, 2.2, and 15,144 on the damage. Now, most used character would be the Homer, and similarly, it's more of that disabling factor that they are using in this game.
Yep, you tag him up, you slow him down, you swoop on in for the finisher, and Abai truly is capable of doing so. Let's take a quick head-to-head here between the two star players, a 2.6 to a 2.2, like you did mention earlier. Cypher does take the pressure just a tad bit here, but of course it is going to be down to who has that solid backup from the rest of their team members. If you look at the overall leaderboard, RRQ currently sits at the 6th spot, as opposed to Stalwart, who are currently in 4th.
Yeah, and this is the number comparison as well between these two teams, and well, still gearing towards Stalwart Esports, thus going to the point that you mentioned, they are the ones ahead of RRQ Kazu. And it's only a comparison looking at how each team performed from past week. There will be a lot more of highlights that will be shown from other teams, but we're looking forward to see them play, because 8.9 average elimination, as well as 7.7 on the other side, is so much more that a team can do compared to the other half, or the second half of our leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, let's take a look at the top 3 used characters out there as well. No prizes for guessing. Tatsuya takes the cake as usual. The capability to boost around the battlefield, either in offense or defense, allowing you to choose however you want to play him, makes Tatsuya the meta character at this present point of time. And of course, once you rush on in, it will be helpful if one of your support players can bring in the A124 as well, which is why she is the second most used character, to the capability to disable your opponents whilst you go in there for the rush. Absolutely priceless. Yeah,
we also have the passive skill Andrew Awaken, 756 times use. I mean, this is like additional damage that you can use, that you can get out of Andrew. Really helps the team, especially for those elimination that we love to see in this game. This increases their odds of taking a few more points, and even if Revive comes into play, they can still do a lot.
And of course, taking a look at the top most used pets here, Beaston in the second place, mainly because Arvon, your information giver, will take that #1 spot. 395 times used out there on the battlefield, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna just be running those numbers up for Arvon continuously. I mean, the capability to use Arvon to spot out, the location right in front of you, or even the location behind you when you're trying to get away from a heated battle, just makes him priceless as well. But of course, we are not gonna forget Dreki, the ones that are cheeky enough to drop in those rushes, tag up their opponents, and then detect them as they use those medkits to go in for the finisher, needs a little bit of extra firepower and capability to rotate. But with the Go portals, it's so much more easy now, Neptune.
Yeah, I love to see a combination of the Portal Go as well as Tatsuya Rush. That is something that really blows my mind every time it shows up on the screen. But you did mention a good point in terms of the pets. I mean, the combination of Arvin and Dreki, it's more of information gameplay. You have the preset that you're going to use Arbon, and then aftermath when we're going to have Dreki. But the team on this map right now, the top teams are these three. We have Reverse Red, CGGG, as well as RRQ, Kazu. These are the top three teams currently on this Bermuda map, and we're going to look at how it is as well on the studio where every player is in there. And I know for a fact, firsthand, I've experienced this, the excitement as well as the tension that is building up in a scenario just like this is so much for a player.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, I don't know if or not those LED screens beside them are hot, but I have been beside some of those LED screens and it's not the most comfortable of places to be in. That might just pile on a tad bit of extra pressure on those players. But let's of course take a look at some of the player cams here and see if or not the pressure is getting to them. CGGG looks pretty focused, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit smirk, a little bit of smile, but not more focused than RQ Kazu. I mean, there are more serious vibes coming from this team. Homebois Conspiracy right now also in here. Team from Malaysia, they have been running a lot quite slow in terms of leaderboard. That might be the reason why they're so serious overall.
Absolutely, man. Now, apologies for clearing my throat on, I thought I had hit the mute, but clearly I did not. You know, at the end of the day, Neptune, one of the things that we look forward to is seeing whether or not the teams from Malaysia as well as Vietnam can manage to catch up with Indonesia as well as Thailand today. And I don't think I want to wait for Game 3 or Game 6 to see that happen. I want to see that from the opening game at Bermuda here in Week 2. Because if we don't see the rise of Vietnam and Malaysia today, I don't know if we can actually hope for that anytime down near the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough a battle, and though we are talking about a lot of days, a lot of weeks that will be coming up for them to catch up, but for those other teams that are already doing the work as early as this, it might be a very difficult climb. It will be like them being buried down deep in the leaderboard, which makes it difficult for them to move up. So they need to do it right now. They need to do it at this point, AJ.
Absolutely, man. But of course, let's see if it all can hop on into Bermuda. It's going to be game number 1 starting shortly.
And we are going to hop onto Bermuda as the flight is coming from the north to the south, from Shipyard towards Pochinok. And so far for the drop spot, hopefully adjustments has been made already from the previous week, because so far there's a lot of teams that had hot drops happening in day number 1, making them lose a lot, like in terms of points and also their chance of catching up. But as we can see right now, we have Reverse Red already taking Riverside. Evo spread out on Bullseye, as well as taking a little bit of Shipyard, but needs to move Apex moves down a little bit, or move up a little bit. CGGG is going for Observatory, and as you can see, Peak is also being occupied by I think that was a Homebois or Heavy in that instance. With RAQ Kazu right now, Mars Electric, I don't think they have any contention happening at this point.
Yeah, not yet. And of course, you're not going to say no to those coins when you find them out there on the battlefield. A little bit of a update to our whole Free Fire meta here. So many more of those coin machines can be found out there. And if you bring Susie in, you're just going to be all the more richer. Now, I did happen to see as well PE Sports being avoided by Team Expand. Now, usually they do take that drop into Clock Tower. Surprisingly, there is a respect drop here from Expand, choosing to not go to their own home base because PE Sports want to have their hand on it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing that you need to make the adjustment, especially after a week of not doing so much in terms of points. But as you can see, a little bit of engagement happening. And Peter right now already heading to Aim God. Not quite sure if Aim God has something to do about this, but Peter just hits him with a one shot and Aim God goes down.
Oh, fantastic play coming on through here. And Peter Already low on HP. Ray spotted out from across as well. Peter wants to take advantage. Flanks on from the right. Ray's a little busy with Cosque. And Peter in the best position. Forced out of the corner. And one more takes the drop. Now G'day up on top as well. G'day is in no position to help out his team member and needs to back away as quickly as possible as Apex buys Ray back in. The team of EVOS Divine already hurt so early in this match.
Yeah, and that's one thing that you don't want to happen. I mean, you're already giving out points, elimination points to your opponent, and then you're losing your time for looting up. But let's see if they had time to loot up, especially as we're about to see, or probably about to see, a battle between Expand as well as Homebois Conspiracy, and Crime is already on the hunt, on the lookout as to where members of Homebois are. But on the other side, there goes takedown. Dutz has been taken down by Saifa, and Saifa also brought a buy high down. 2 down already for RQ Kazu. Let's see if they can fire back to V4 situation.
Yeah, Saifa currently in a 2-for-1. Razor right in front, and Saifa wants to go for his third elimination. Manu shows up with a bite and straight to the head. Final player like, bites the dust as well, and Stalwart Esports just like that eliminates RRQ Kazu. And now Homeboy's about to bite the dust as well as Expand circles on in from Hangar straight towards Ribnam Village. They didn't know exactly who to expect, but they are going to be proud and happy when they know that it's their boys from home, the one and only Homeboys from Malaysia.
And let's see, Mercy not giving any mercy at this point and will be brought down. But the thing is, the first elimination that has been done against Homeboys was instantaneously revived by his teammates. Thus, they're not out from this game just yet, but they will be buying a little bit more time to get all those revive of Free Fire coins and revive the rest of the players. Now, PE Sports right now a little bit too chill at this moment. Not so much of engagement, not so much of aggression happening, especially as you mentioned, Expand really moved out from the clock tower on the drop.
But God of Wolf now circling on in, and Homeboys, one player who just got revived, is dropping by potentially to see exactly what's going around in Clock Tower. God of Wolf, that A124, very early pop onto PE Sports, potentially might be wasted here because there is a standoff. PE Sports is not stepping out of their defenses, and God of Wolf have wasted that A124 already, so we'll have to be a tad bit patient, but I guess, you know, they don't really have to worry about it when two players bring that in. And we did happen to see as well Expand potentially rotating back into Clock Tower. So we might just have the previous owners of this particular location take it back either way.
Yeah, I mean, they already have the 3 elimination that they need, and hopefully they'll get more once they jump in. But they have to wait because we still have PE Sports and God of a Wolf in line for the battle. A little bit of nade gameplay, but it doesn't make any damage. Don't Cry is moving a little bit too close for comfort, though, making it difficult for the rest of the teams to get that target. Now we have Wang An a little bit too far. Don't Cry hit a few HP being damaged, but needs to back off a little bit. And Isa is just guarding one side of the building just to make sure that no flank will be happening.
Yep, the homer from Isa wasted. Don't Cry and his 1-2-4 pop wasted. But of course, it did kind of pause God of Wolf, who could have gone out there for the rush and taken him out of the equation. But Nero now, smart use of the portal go right up on top. LBT joins him as well. And that is a fantastic backstab onto Isa. But 2 portal goals were used just for that 1 knockdown. Can they still go ahead to capitalize?
Yeah, that is one thing that they need to make do. Now, Don't Cry, moving in a little bit of heal action. LBT right now in the battle of 1v1, and there goes the hit. LBT survived, but Don't Cry goes down with that gunfight. Now, PE Sports will be able to rush in against God of Wolf, but Di Guang is already waiting for them in second floor. A little bit of charge in the charge bar, but Nero has spotted them, and probably a nade will be thrown at them unless a glue wall will be pulled out. But God of Wolf will be waiting, and there goes a pop. No one is hit in those nades.
Yeah, nobody home at this point of time. 2 portal goals used. to get 2 lives? I don't think that is a worthy investment, and as anticipated, Expand has rotated back into its clock tower. They find God of Wolf, and God of Wolf says, no thank you, sir. We are about to get out of here. PE Sports in the vicinity as well, slowly backing away, but C-Triple-G potentially might have just saved, or could even be the finisher of PE Sports here. It is all up to luck as to who shows up first and who gets entangled in a battle. This could just be a nasty 3-way.
Yeah, let's see on how this is going to unfold right now. Expand is just waiting in the tunnels, and as you can see, oh, there goes Coscu for a hit on the rooftop, will be burned. And let's see if Coscu can do the same thing with the rest. Now, going into Evos and Team Flash. Team Flash is being burned in a flash flood from the high ground. Reverse Red will be joining the party.
Yeah, good day says good day, sir, and runs away from there as quickly as he can. Team Flash absolutely disposed of, and it looks like Reverse Red is going to be sinking all the way to the bank if this continues between them and the Indonesian squad. Let's see if or not the Thai team can catch the final player who has managed to back away with the portal go, and one opportunity for him to sneak on away, but it looks like the high ground advantage gives Saming the view. Spotted out already. In the meantime, Axel finds one more. C-Triple-G that stepped on in to steal this away from them. Have managed to counter this instantaneously. Axel down on the floor. Here comes C-Triple-G now. If they push on up with the portal goal, things could be a tad bit different. Cobra with the long tags onto Peter. Peter whips out the grenade launcher. This could be a game changer, but Cobra drops Peter as well. Crime MKS flanking around from the right-hand side. On fire, hurt as well. And just like that, Expand takes over this compound. C-Triple-G might just be dropped now.
That is the entire plan for Expand. I mean, they will not be dropping in their usual drop spot, but they know how to work this area. And here we go, boxed out. C-Triple-G, one more will be saying no more because he will be gunned and out. Now, we still have 9 teams remaining, and I guess one of their players has been recovered and revived, but battle doesn't stop there. In those stars, Gold Shield will be brought down. It's now 2 remaining for the team.
Yep, Lee and Deer now running for their dear lives. But as they try to get away, no pun intended with the dear lives there, God of Wolf right in front of them, and I hear wolves like eating deers. I believe it is all over for this boy. But Di Kwang from the opposite side just needs to get a couple of tags in. But Kabi, look at that portal goes, and Heavy is taking the fight straight up for just this one elimination. And Heavy could have gotten caught out here by God of Wolf. But God of Wolf has pulled a very defensive retreat, but they are out in the open. Either they back away to the compound that they have or go in for the heavy hit onto Heavy themselves. They open fire. Heavy says, no thank you, sir. We are out of here. But they fly back straight to Stalwart, so Heavy might be in trouble now. This is just all-out chaos in Bermuda.
There's no way out. I mean, once you get away from one engagement, there's a possible engagement that might be meeting you on the other side. But Stalwart Esports is not saying hello just yet. They're just waiting for the perfect timing until the next phase of circle closes. One more right now will be moving in. And I guess C-Triple-G managed to survive the battle earlier. We saw one more being brought down and recovered at this point, and we'll be able to loot a little bit more. Reverse Red, though, will also put in a lot of pressure for the other teams who are on this low ground, but they need to move because the blue is eating them out.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. 25 more seconds and it's just gonna hurt even more. So Reverse Red, they just have a little bit more ground to cover here, about 50 meters to run in towards that safe zone. Halfway through, they might just come across another squad, but they very smartly take the longer rotation around. That R1 had already been used. They know they can expect Heavy on that left-hand side, and therefore the rotation from the right-hand side just makes a little bit more sense. So that is the Bhima Sakti strip trajectory that the team of Reverse Red is going to take. God of Wolf, on the other hand, had decided to not go in for the heavy engagement against Heavy and have taken position in the next safe zone instead, and Heavy right opposite them.
Yeah, Heavy right now is a little bit too high, and they're trying to gatekeep Stalwart Esports. Now, let's see if this will be the caramel on the cake at this point, because Caramel is just in there putting a stop into their movement and trying to hide out in that block of a cover. Now, the blue is already closing in. Heavy is just waiting for them to move out. There goes the portal. Go! Will they be able to stand in? Stop! Will be stopped at the moment. Perfect timing is he has been waited out.
Yeah, and Cypher, what are you doing there? Cypher goes down as well. This is not the first three. Oh, it's still the first 3 circles, but no, the Ghost Shop, it just cannot help you out, man. That was just an unexpected blunder from Team Stalwart, sending out 2 players out of the circle to play an ambush, but they trickled in one after the other. That was just a free giveaway.
I mean, they just auditioned right there in front of Heavy, giving them 7 elimination at this point. Now, 8 teams remaining in this battle, and we're already in the first 12 minutes. Now, CGG right now will be meeting the once waiting God of Wolf, and they will be disrupted at this point. There's no movement at all that they can do, because once they move out of the area, a lot of teams will be waiting for them.
Stalwart just changed the name of Portal Go to Portal Go back to the lobby. 2 more. Fingers crossed that doesn't happen. Okay. Reverse Red shows up. CGG unfortunately loses 1 more. Evos Divine on the left-hand side. Reverse Red on the right-hand side. CGG with just 3 more players have to run away. Now out in the open, they've spotted out the Indonesians on the right-hand side already. CGG in so much more trouble. And here comes God of Wolf as well. Reverse Red have got a little bit of attention stolen away as Peter gets knocked down onto the ground. Apex torches them. All out chaos as they look for the next circle near Clock Tower.
Yeah, let's see. 3 players is in here from God of Wolf, and Dion will be damaged a little bit. A little peek might be meaning that he'll be taken out. But nope, Evo's Divine is still in battle. Oh, what a hit from afar with that nade. And that is a steal. Nameless does the job. Number 7 right now is CGG being eliminated in this game. We're down to 6 teams fighting, and Reverse Red still have a good advantage against God of Wolf.
Yeah, got a full spotted down at the bottom already, and here comes Reverse Red just flanking them from the left and right. Kabi shots from afar, just tags up a couple of players, giving the advantage to the players inside the circle itself. Nameless gets dropped, and they will go ahead to claim that elimination for themselves as well. And Vitan just taking everything from up top. Heavy just playing the bird's eye advantage against everybody else. Portal Go used by a couple of players from the side of Reverse Red to find the circle for themselves, but of course exposes themselves to Team Heavy at the very same time. God of War getting tagged up. Diamond needs to move towards Exposy as quickly as possible, but Exposy eating up multiple glue wall melters. Can't survive for much longer out there. The early move has turned against Reverse Red.
And let's see the jump by. Hey, Ray goes down as he jumps in against 1 player of Evo's. But the response up in there by God of War will not be met lightly, as they will be eliminated in this game. Heavy has paid back what has happened from the first week. They are putting down teams, and they are just gatekeeping them. Exposé is still in there waiting it out. A difficult decision to make, to move out into the blue or to be taken out by that, the zone. But Dan right now goes in for the rush. Diamond and Exposé will be taken out, and Reverse Red, the number 1 in this map, in this group, will be out for the game.
And this is exactly what we asked for, Neptune, for Malaysia and Vietnam to step it up, and step it up they are doing out there on the battlefield. Heavy and Expand, full squad. Evos left just with 2. Homeboys hanging on for their dear lives with just 1 final player out there on the battlefield. Can Heavy sneak this one away from the Malaysian squad? 12 eliminations in hand already. They look like the favorites to walk away with this, but Expand just with 1 extra. 13 in count, and led by Axel with 5 eliminations. The captain himself, Aim got tagged up, and all of them just using all of the air drop, and Aim got dropped already, but no finisher. He hides behind the tree. This is the opener for Heavy to take the steal, and Apex gets stolen away as Roy does confirm 1 elimination for Expand.
Last 2 teams, 4v4, kill steal after kill steal. Let's see on how they respond. Now they're a little bit too close. There goes the nade and blue wall melter being used for them to clear the way. And X-Roy goes down. Cobra right now, the rusher will try to go in for the rush. Tan will not be going down that easily. And as we can see, only 1 remains, and it is Heavy, the heavy hitter in this battle.
Distracted by the circle, Heavy on the other hand were unperturbed at all. They knew exactly what they were looking at. They had the advantage. Crime MKS was supposed to be on the front lines, but instead he was playing from the backs. The circle tags him up just a tad bit. By the time he gets in, the glue wall that he wants to depend on is taken down by Team Heavy, and their rushes were just way too good. The A124, I'm pretty sure, used in a great timing, disabled the rest of Team Expand to get away from that instance. And the one surprising thing was, Neptune, that there was no goal portal usage by Team Expand to get deeper into the circle to reposition themselves. That was one of their highlights in the Malaysian circuit, but clearly they are out of money and out of options going up against the rest of these kings here. And Team Heavy takes the first solid booyah of the day. Once again, exactly what we asked for. Vietnam and Malaysia to wake up, and I think they have started stirring.
Awaken up indeed. I mean, Heavy has shown, especially on that start, when they took the high ground and just gatekeep everyone, that has already made them rush in with the eliminations moving up. And with your point on Expand, I mean, if in case they do have the portal go, probably they just opted for aggression instead, instead of more of analysis in how to make it work to their favor, because we know, we've seen Expand play and they know that they can put up the battle face to face, but one knockdown from their side followed by another makes it difficult for them to fight back to before the final battle. Thus Heavy just brought it down.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Heavy with the heavy hits, and they did not slow their pace down at all from the very start. They were challenged a couple of times out in the open, and we saw the defensive retreat of Heavy. God of Wolf approached them out in the open, and when Heavy was not ready for the battle, they just said, you know what, sir? Thank you very much for the offer, but we will meet you later when we are ready for a battle. And this is what we're talking about as well, right? If you're just not ready when it comes to whatever, setup that you have in terms of your artillery, your weapons, so, some of your utilities out there, if you just cannot take a solid fight, back away, come back later, and Heavy did that so well today.
Yeah, I mean, it's fight another day, and that is what they need to do. Not so much of full aggression all throughout. You just need to pick your battle and know when you can win that easily. But as you can see, the highlights of eliminations being done all throughout this map. So for overall, it's from halfway towards the end that really speeds up the elimination game.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, at the end of the day, you always want to ask if or not you did enough out there. And I think teams like, EVOS Divine, they wish they could have done a little bit more. They did get pretty far in, deep into that circle, but what they could not walk away with was a massive number of eliminations. The surprising thing here, Reverse Red got taken down a tad bit too soon. And guess what? It was Heavy that played against them in terms of the tactics. Reverse Red was busy fighting down at the bottom with EVOS Divine, and Heavy was just taking those spot open shots at them.
Yeah, and well, at this point, I guess, with this game alone, almost 30 in the total points, this will bring Heavy in terms of the A and B comparison, which is the top team. This will bring Heavy a little bit higher, probably against Reverse Red later on. We're going to see that in a bit once we have the standings, but that was just starters for everyone else. OG map, everyone knows this map, everyone knows the rotation. There's just a few adjustments that has been made by the team, especially with the meta that has come into play later on as we move to other maps. And I would say it's more to the newer, how we're treating our map cycle is old to new. I'm not talking about myself as old to new.
I still think one of the impressive plays out there was from the second place team Expand, mainly because I was watching the initial drop spot. I expected a early skirmish between themselves as well as PE Sports. Both of them, they do love Clock Tower, but Expand respecting PE Sports, allowing the Vietnamese squad to have that drop. And surprisingly, the Clock Tower turned out to be a curse for PE Sports, and Expand ended up earning a few points off of it instead.
Yeah, we're going to have an interview real quick. When we return, more of battle.
everybody, welcome back to our Vietnamese Booyah interview. Current like next to me is Jonah from Heavy. Hello Heavy, không biết là hello Jonah, không biết là bạn có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Chào các bạn đang xem các kênh sóng của Hiện tại Sinh Tồn.
Hello everybody, it's a nice greeting to everyone. So moving on to our first question, and also congratulations for having your first Booyah. And so how do you feel about your previous match? Thì đầu tiên thì mình xin chúc mừng Jonah cũng như đồng đội của các bạn đã nhận được chiếc Booyah đầu tiên rất là đáng giá cho đội tuyển Việt Nam. Thì không biết là hiện tại Jonah đang cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
Em cảm thấy rất là vui ạ, tại vì em biết là mình sắp vui ra đâu rồi.
Biết là mình sắp vui ra. He felt really happy because also Jonah and his team has achieved their very first Booyah in this tournament day. So moving on to our questions. So how do you feel about CGG in this match? Không biết là Jonah cảm thấy như thế nào về CGG hiện tại ạ?
CGG hiện tại rất là mạnh ạ. Cũng cảm ơn CGG là đã để ý tới tụi em. Và cũng cảm ơn huấn luyện viên của CG cô Lan đã dự đoán tụi em lên em với top 1. Cảm ơn huấn luyện viên của CG.
So, how does he feel about CGG after the match? So, his words is really cute. Thank you, the coach of CG and also every members of CG has encouraged Heavy a lot so they can achieve the first Booyah in a day. Also sending a really cute heart to you guys as well. So, and also thank you a lot. Then, how do you feel about your performance of the team about last week? Thì mình không biết là Jonah cảm thấy như thế nào về cái phần trình diễn của đồng đội mình cũng như là bản thân mình ở trong tuần trước ạ?
Em nghĩ là đồng đội em thì làm khá là tốt, còn em thì làm không được tốt cho lắm. Thì tuần này bọn em quyết tâm là trở lại mạnh mẽ hơn.
Tuần đầu tiên nó cũng như là một cái tuần xe nháp để mình có thể hoàn hảo hơn trong tuần này đúng không ạ?
Đúng rồi.
Chính xác là như vậy. So during the first week of the tournaments, Jonah and also his teammates feel like they're having some difficulties to understand of each other, but also that he feel like he didn't do his best as well. So it's just like a wrap of the first week. Then moving on to next week, Jonah and also Heavy has proved themselves that they can give you guys such a bunch of Booyah like this, and they would try their best in the next of the matches so they can prove to you guys they're the best in this. Then, so we're having our first Booyah, and it's a really good scene to you guys. So do you have any words you want to say to your viewers and also your fans? Thì chúng ta đã có một chiếc Booyah rất là tốt để có thể boost tinh thần cho các đội tuyển Việt Nam cũng như là cho Heavy rồi. Thì không biết là Jonah có lời gì muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả không ạ?
Cảm ơn các bạn khán giả đã theo dõi tụi mình cũng như là 4 đội tuyển còn lại. Thì cảm ơn các bạn rất nhiều.
Jonah is really shy and cute, right? So he wanted to say thank you to all of you has watching the match, but also supporting Heavy and 4 of the Vietnamese team as well. Thank you so much, and we will try to giving you guys more Booyah from now on till the end of the matches. Thank you a lot for watching our interview. Now, let's moving back to our caster.
She says Jonah's really cute. I think both of them were really cute. The questions as well as the answers. I mean, crazy good props to Heavy for stepping up on display today here, representing Vietnam strong. They're one of 2 teams that are currently in the top 12, and obviously they have taken a quick launchpad over PE Sports to really represent a team Vietnam right now as they continue their race towards the top. A couple of the teams from Group C, obviously they don't have a opportunity to play, so the focus still needs to be the comparison between how their rise is to the other teams within Group A as well as B, and I think they're doing pretty well. Now they're about 20-odd-ish points behind RRQ Kazu. As long as there is the consistency, they should be able to catch up with the Indonesian squad, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I guess this is just about time for Heavy to really get that Booyah, because when I look at the numbers from last week, day number 1, they're very close, 2nd place and 9 elimination, and then they follow it up with not so much in the placement point but 11 on elimination, and this is just the culmination of all those mistakes corrected this time around. Now we have Heavy's MVP, we have Dan, who's not just hitting it for this match, but overall, in total, he already have 27, and this is the addition of the 7 that we have right now on the screen, and this is just a heavy hitter at this point for the team. But here are the rest of the teams as well with their most used characters.
Oh yeah, let's take a look and see exactly what sort of a setup this is at a double Tatsuya, double A124. And this is the main reason why they could go in with a premature pop of that A124 first without really worrying what would happen to their squad if at all that is wasted, right? Because they do have that backup, but what they do have to be careful of is as well, Neptune, the timing of the secondary A124 that is being popped, because if at all their support player of the opposing team is a little bit too far and then he comes in with his own A124, things will get sour. So it is a very risky play for some of the squads, but it needs to be paired with great heavy firepower. And that's exactly what we see out of Team Heavy. 2 out of their 4 players in the top 5 for the overall leaderboard, with Hans with the 6 eliminations, but led by Tan with the 7 eliminations in the number 1 spot.
Yeah, Red Diamond right here, number 3, 5 elimination. He has led overall in terms of overall eliminations for this group. The Axel and Cobra will be in there on 4th and 5th, 5 and 4 respectively on the elimination. And we've seen so much of aggression showing up from Expand, and thus the question arises earlier when we started the game, why they moved out is because this is the part of the plan. We will be passive at the start of the game, just start it off, because we know Clock Tower overall, the moment we step in, we will be going down. But when we look at the damage, the Axel dealt a lot. That is 3,120 in terms of damage. And Jonah, the guy he interviewed earlier from Heavy, will get 8 assists. That is in addition to the 6 elimination, if not 7 that we've seen earlier, and then Ray in there from Evo's, Divine, well, 2 the revive, not so much of revive though in this battle, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, glue walls destroyed, you see that too. But the main weapons that have been picked up and used this time around, the Woodpecker with the armor penetration, clearly is going to be one of the favorites out there. Chargebuster, which isn't as popular out there because of the difficulty of use. I guess on the pro stage, it's not that much of a miss if we don't see it. But if we do see it, coupled with the pro skills out there, you are going to see some heavy elimination numbers coming through with that gun, followed by the Bison, a crowd favorite.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of a long-range engagement based on the weapons that we have, but let's look at the standings right now, and it's 29 total points for Heavy at this point, thus moving them up higher in the leaderboard, followed by 23 in total by Expand. And I guess this answers the question that you put up earlier. The teams from Vietnam as well as Malaysia is already moving up, starting it off in Bermuda. Hopefully the same goes with the rest of the maps, because they really need it right now. Eliminating the Thailand and Indonesian teams, this will give them more chances of increasing their numbers overall in the leaderboard at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, if we can't have every single Vietnamese squad represent the nation and perform amazingly well today, at least one will have to do. But can we see consistency out of Heavy to continuously represent the Taiwanese region? Or are we going to see a couple of other teams step it up, like PE Sports, which I have actually been, putting a lot of my hopes on for the region, but they kind of got taken out a tad bit early this time round. 2 eliminations and just 1 placement point for them. A little bit disappointing in terms of a run, but we still have Purgatory to see exactly how they fare later.
Yeah, hopefully they can adjust their scores in terms of Purgatory, because when we look at the previous week, they have good placement point, but not so much of elimination. I guess they are being thrown off guard in the battle a little bit too early into the match, and you don't want to go that way. That's the final point. You don't want to go that way, especially this time in the competition. Overall standings being shown right now, of course, without playing, the Buriram United team is still on top with 244. Reverse Red added a little bit more to their points. It's like reducing the difference between Buriram United. C-Triple-G did the same thing, and Stalwart Esports. Now, Stalwart Esports, though they are very close to C-Triple-G at this point, they're the leaders of Purgatory in overall placement and elimination. So there is a good chance by the end of day or match number 2, they will be able to take that number 3 spot.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Neptune. And Reverse Red, they are one of the leaders of the eliminations as well as placements when it comes to this particular map, especially when it comes to the eliminations. 23 eliminations picked up on Purgatory. So that team will have to be watched out for as well. As long as the teams can avoid their drop spot as well as their rotations the best they can, it will just give them a higher probability of survival towards that final circle. Purgatory, of course, is going to be map number 2, and this map is huge. So those teams that manage to pick up a vehicle probably will have an advantage.
Yeah, I love to see vehicle gameplay, how they can surprise everyone, but with sound of the vehicles can be spotted and they can be shut down from afar. So it's a double-edged sword at this point. Let's see if Stalwart Esports can maintain their dominance at this game. Stalwart Esports has been one of the team with 2 booyahs taken in this map, and out of the 3 days, well, Stalwart Esports didn't play day number 3, thus they will not be taking that. It was given to attack all around. So every instance that Stalwart Esports jumps into Purgatory, they get that booyah.
Well, we are going to be hopping on into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Bermuda's over. This time it's Purgatory. Let's see exactly who walks away with the booyah.
Neither heaven or hell. We are now in the middle of the battle. Purgatory is our playing field, and they will be flying from south to north. Now, it is from golf course towards moat house, and we've seen from last week that the 2 teams has tried this drop. It is Evo's Divine as well as Reverse Red, but let's see if they will be taking that hot drop once again, or probably they know or they learn from that mistake and they will be moving away.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long league, right? So you can take many hot drops, but preferably not. If you can avoid them, best you avoid them. I know we've got a little bit of a ego challenge going around out there on the battlefield as well as to who's going to move away, who's going to stay. But at the end of the day, it all matters about whether or not you can get those points on the leaderboard. And it looks like RRQ is the first one to grab a couple of points. C-Triple-G right up on top. Peter bites the dust as well. Oh my, this might just turn out a tad bit bad for the boys.
C-Triple-G, I mean, they are so aggressive, but RRQ right now really needs a point, and there goes another takedown. CosQ will be costing his life at this point, and we have one team who's already taking a lead, 3 eliminations to their name, only 1 remains, and I guess there's still time for them to recover. So hopefully that final member will be able to hide away. But Reverse Red right now will be trying to slowly move into Mode House, but who's waiting for them? One of the players of Evo's Divine.
Yep. Good tag, and I believe that was the Homer used by Abex, and Nameless backs away instantaneously with his Tatsuya. You gotta love how that skill has just become such a abused one out here on the Free Fire World stage. Offensively or defensively, it is a great skill as long as the player that's playing it is quick enough to use it. Abax tags from afar, but no elimination yet, and it seems like the Indonesian squad will go ahead to survive a tad bit longer. Saming with the cheeky shot, and now here comes the portal goal to drop the players on in an expose. He bites the dust instantaneously. Nameless does manage to find 1 trade for himself, but Ray from afar will be able to keep the rest of his team members in check by dropping him as well. Now Reverse Red have a huge task to approach the Indonesians and take them out of play.
Yeah, I mean, 2 down already for Reverse Red. Not a good run for this team, but it's a good thing that they are spread out. They will not be targeted. Ray will be tagged up, and only a quarter left with that HP. But there is a need for him to go for that vending to revive their teammate, and Saming putting a little bit or receiving a little bit of pressure from Abax, who has been brought back.
Both the players on the side of Reverse Red still around the area. Saming, drop now. Do you have have enough coins on you to buy your players back? That's the only question I have for Diamond. Now the Indonesian players, very smart play, taking the left-hand flank, not alone, but together. Diamond's all alone. Trogon in hand. The UMP should be able to tag him up, and of course the finisher on the opposite side, but now reverse red. One final opportunity for Diamond to put up a fight. If he gets one player out, he should have enough coins to quickly buy back another player for the squad before he gets taken out of play, or else it's all over for reverse red.
Yeah, let's see 1v2 situation. Diamond right now initiating with a little bit of splash damage and 1v2 and runs away. Managed to survive. Let's see if he can get away, but no.
Oh, no,
Diamond
he got
is
it.
not forever at this point. There we have it. We have reverse red, who's still alive and kicking though. But as we switch over to expand, we have a 1v1 happening against Raz and Nextera.
Yeah, timely revival there on the reverse red player. Now let's hop on over as expand finds one red down on the ground. So in the stars, we'll have one player sent back to the stars, waiting for the revival. 18 D is going to be camping as quietly as possible, hoping a Cobra doesn't spot him, but instead he makes the noise. Cobra, Trogon in hand, has to take on the Bison player, jumps on up with the tags. No grenade wasted by Cobra, but he should be able to use it, and a headshot takes 18 D out of the equation.
Animal Kingdom alive, Cobra beats the deer. That is what is happening in this game. The thing is, Cobra has been so aggressive in most of the plays that we've seen him done, and no surprise that he can go in on a 1v1 against any player. But let's see if that can be done with other teams. Homebois as well as Team Flash about to pop it off. Bayo receives a little bit of damage coming from Gembile, but Portal go up close and personal. Let's see, Butterfly can fly high.
Oh, Butterfly! We turned around for the tags, but Fies will be able to get one with the AK-47. Yanbin down and out already. Team Flash, they are going to rule the day for cutting the distance between themselves as well as Homebois. Fies now with the continuous tags. Shin gets tagged up from afar, but Artemis a little bit too close for comfort. Mercy gets dropped. Can he find the reversal though? Here's Jembal with the Trogon as Butterfly gets taken out of the equation as well. Fies flies on in, M1887 in hand, turns around, Artemis taken out, and Team Flash, they only have one final survivor here to hang on for their lives.
Gone in a flash. That is what's happening in this battle. We still have 11 teams remaining in this fight. See Triple G and Lumber Mill. And let's see if they can pop it up against RRQ. There goes the jump from the vehicle as we called it earlier. But back to Stalwart Esports against Homebois Mercy. Not given any mercy at all. And Stop just says you have to stop on your heels as the battle continues. Saifa trying to jump in, and there goes Jembal goes down.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. No execution for you. The players out there are just looking to absolutely annihilate their opponents, and Homebois just a little unlucky for Stalwart to appear out of nowhere and instantly put them down and out of the equation. A Bay high down on the ground. Coscu just circling around looking for Legolas. Peter with the Bison takes the left hand side. Legolas shows his back, and Peter chugs away at 50% of his health, and that backstab comes on through from Coscu, and C Triple G standing straw as RRQ bites the dust.
RRQ, the ones uninvited in that area, they jump in from the vehicle and they were brought down. Peter went ring around the rosy against one player from the other team from RRQ, and they were able to bring that team out. Now, 10 teams remaining in the battle, and Reverse Red only have one elimination, but the battle against Nero, the only one! And there goes Expose being exposed and being brought down.
Remember what we said, as long as Heavy can maintain that consistency and RRQ bites the dust, Heavy should be able to overtake the Indonesian squad, and it looks like RRQ kind of, unfortunately bowing out so early in Purgatory. It just gives the opportunity to Heavy, but of course, the ball's in Heavy's court. If they drop the ball, I'll be a little disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a heavy ball drop on your foot, and then not only disappointed, you will be in a good.
Look at that!
So
Look at that! Don't cry, goes for the chase. It's
let's go!
Down on the ground. I guess he has to cry. Don't cry with the perfect Punisher, but Reverse Red is not out of the equation just yet, Nep.
What a surprise hit. I mean, the best use of Portal Go. Now, let's see on how it's going to end up. And there goes a little bit of grenade gameplay or grenade launcher gameplay coming from Homebois. But Isa right now will not be surprised. Liam will be seen and will be taken out.
Yeah, I mean, they just spotted a lone Liam out there on the battlefield, and they're like, hey, free point. So they take that one. Circle chasing them in, and of course, Marbleworks is all there, so nothing much to worry about as they rotate around. Homebois have made a solid recovery. 5 eliminations thus far. C-Triple-G Speeder right in front of Mercy, who chooses to not engage, and that's a smart move. The guy only has 1 glue wall in hand. I mean, obviously, it's a suicide mission if he attacks.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, need to wait for backup and more utilities to be used. But here comes Evo's Divine. Let's see if the Divine intervention can bring down IDS. And there goes Cold Shield being taken down. Liam, who just got back from the revive flight, probably was the signal of moving here because they saw the parachute and Liam is the only one remaining. Jembal, on the other hand, will be fighting it up against Peter, and St. Peter will bring him to the heavens.
What a Bison, spicy as ever, and C-Triple-G on fire. And Homebois now right behind him. He's got 1 player on the chase, and that elimination doesn't come through swiftly. On fire now, knows that he is being pursued. Turns around, 180 with a butterfly! Manages to get this thing even he ain't a bee.
And that's how he floats. Just close to that final member. Butterfly finishing it off. Expand, on the other hand, just moved in onto the next play zone. And, well, the question is, what can they do? They are on the 3rd place right now in terms of elimination for this game, and let's see if they can beat Homebois in their home turret. Faiz is being shown right now from afar in the horizon, but Expand is not really hiding out. Probably they're just waiting for anyone to shoot them and to provide their location, but C-Triple-G still in the battle. 1 more trying to fire back. 1 more against Coscu.
Yep, Coscu, good knock onto Butterfly and takes him out of the equation, loots him up just to rub some salt into the wounds, but of course that's just the way of the game. Portal Go used to catch up with the rest of his team members and avoid the circle overall as well, so great plays coming through from C-Triple-G. They just need to hit that 1 revival to get right back into the game fully. Heavy, on the other hand, got a scrim off against Stalwart.
Yeah, Stalwart Esports right now, the Kings of Purgatory as of this moment, and they are going against Heavy, who got the booyah from the previous round. 0 eliminations yet from Heavy, and they're backing off. They're just waiting this down as Stalwart Esports use up all their utilities. A little bit of response coming from Jonah. Let's see, half health, only a few remaining. Still managed to survive, but let's see if they can do a lot more with that bridge.
Yeah, Jonah just could not avoid all of those engagements, got tagged up, and now a perfect use of that A124. Stop has been tagged up already, can't use his skill just yet, but still manages to drop Kabi. And I believe Team Heavy might just be done in here by Stalwart this time around. Hans backing away. Caramel's going out for the hunt onto Van. And this might just be all over. Stop not backing away. Hans bites the dust. Heavy, I believe, is out of the equation.
And indeed, they are out. Number 10 on this match. Now, we have Indo Stars right now in battle. And let's see if Evo's Divine will be able to survive this. Liam moves out of the way, but 18 Deer will not be able to do so. Knocked down and being damaged. God of Wolf against Indo Stars. A little bit splash damage being received by God of Wolf. They can back out and heal themselves. But Indo Stars is nowhere to go.
Yep, good nades tossed in by God of Wolf and Couture. Drop. Liam doesn't have much of a choice. All players go in for the rush, and Liam gets taken out of the equation as well. But in those stars, they don't have any more room to move away, and therefore they move out of the lobby. And the team of C-Triple-G, on the other hand, have found a Cobra loose out on the grounds, and they know that it is dangerous to leave a venomous snake out there. But in 1 swift movement, 3 of their players get dropped, and C-Triple-G now are in trouble. Coscu, the final player alive, and Expand tagging him from afar.
And there you go, recovery or revival instantaneously for C-Triple-G. One more will be taken out, and Cosq is trying to heal up. But on the kill feed earlier, we saw a little bit of multiple elimination being done against Reverse Red, and that is from God of Wolf. And I guess there's only one more remaining for Reverse Red. The battle continues, 1v3 situation. Iza trying to get away, gunshots overall, and there goes Reverse Red out of the game, and it has been by the hands of God of Wolf.
That's a shocker, man. Reverse Red not having the best of days today. 2 games back to back. They have failed to show up in that final circle strong as the Booyah winners. Expand surviving by the skin of their teeth, and they have managed to shut down a majority of the players of C-Triple-G. But we do have one more survivor deep in this next circle, just beside the Indonesian superstars of Esports Divide. Expand slowly inching in towards the circle. They managed to find their spot, but right behind them, Homebois and God of Wolf find their positions as well.
Gemball just hit a few players of Expand, and it is now left to 2. And Crime as well as X-Roy are the ones taking over the compound, being shot at by Don't Cry. There goes Nick Wang, goes down as a battle. A little bit of a PE Sports action on the back end as the 2v2 is happening from the other side. That's the way you want to go. Third party in this match, and Homebois will be out.
Yeah, absolutely. PE Sports taking pot shots at everyone, but they are not claiming the grand prize of the elimination point. They are just spraying everybody down. In fact, they have helped out the team of Expand. They are knocking down player after player. Expand cleaning up house from inside. They are picking up all of those elimination points. This is a Christmas party for Expand. Esports Divine don't want to wait. They cross the water with the portal goal, and Expand is left all alone, and he's been tagged up, dropped onto the ground. I believe that's the final player for the side of Expand. But Crime MKS backs up to help Roy back up. Ray says, not today, son. Takes him out of the equation, leaving Crime MKS, the import from Indonesia, the only one left on the Malaysian squad.
There's a lot more that's happening in that water, but those sitting pretty and just waiting for the Booyah to be taken is Stalwart Esports. Once again, this is a map by this team. They know overall how to play this, and as you can see, even on the minimap, they are the ones in the next phase of the circle. A good vantage point against those crossing around, even from those on the other compound. And let's see what they can do. Saifa already on the lead in front, getting more information, and 3 teams remain.
Yeah, great survivability here by C-Triple-G, hanging on till the very final moment, taken out in the 4th spot. PE Sports just hurt a tad bit. Stalwart, they might just be able to turn on them. PE going in for the push, but unfortunately, they can't hunt down Stalwart just yet. They have to pass through the first mini-boss, and that is Esports Divine. And Stalwart just needs to wait to clean up house later on, but they are not waiting on ceremony. The circle pushes them in. This is now a party.
Ooh. Party indeed, and Nero's the only one alive. Let's see if he can manage to survive hiding out in the waters underneath the house, and I guess he has been spotted a little bit as well. And Nero not receiving any damage. It is a shot on to Stalwart Esports. 1v4 situation. Nero spotted with that blue wall, and there goes the hunt. Stalwart Esports is about to get the Booyah once again, the 3rd one in this map.
Oh, fantastic play by Stalwart, truly proving that they are the kings of Purgatory as long as they can keep this momentum up. Keep this consistency on Purgatory. They don't really need to break a sweat. They were holding on to the 4th spot earlier, and with C-Triple-G biting the dust without as many elimination points, we can be perhaps a tad bit sure that Stalwart is about to overtake them.
Oh yeah, when Stalwart Esports really in a good way. And that might change as well later on once we go into match number 6. We know that we have a random map that comes up. If it happens to be Purgatory, and that is a good chance for them to really take over a spot higher. And well, we'll have to find out. We'll have to find out if that is enough for them to reach the heights of Buriram United Esports.
I mean, 4 games of Purgatory played thus far in the competition, and out of the 4, as far as these 2 groups are concerned, by the way, out of the 4, you have 3 taken away by Stalwart Esports. I mean, how amazing, how impressive is that? The consistency is mind-blowing then.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is one thing that you need to consider as well. Those who are taking reigns in most Booyah, not only that, we're looking at a lot of eliminations as well coming from this team. If you can beat them early in their, say, home court per se, then it's a good chance that you can grab a piece of their spot in the leaderboard. But with this alone, I guess they have been pushed up even further into the leaderboard, taking over Reverse Red and C Triple G, and as I mentioned, probably very, very close to Buriram United unless we are not given that final Purgatory map.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Buriram United, they're not gonna break a sweat. They're gonna be like, yeah, try hard. We'll come back. We've got so many days of recovery. And, you know, there's a good reason why everybody respects Buriram, right? Because they've got the firepower, they've also got the positioning, they've got the smarts, because that's the kind of team that rarely needs to think out there on the battlefield. They just act. And because their muscle memory is just so used to ways of winning, rarely teams do manage to stand up against them and put up a strong fight, right? But we are starting to see some of those reflexes improve in teams like C Triple G. I mean, Stalwart has been a great team for many, many years now, but they continue time and time again to impress us as well, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when Stalwart Esports already big brand, and as they jump in for every game and every match, and there's competition, there's a lot more that we can see, not just the usual tactics that we often see from other teams. They have their own flavor, they have their own mix, and hopefully their reign in Purgatory can also trickle down to the rest of the map, because you don't just want to be that number one in one specific map. You want to be like across the board, consistency in terms of placement, even elimination, regardless of where you are placed.
Well, let's see if or not we can drag a little bit of extra spicy information from them. We've got an interview segment coming up, and of course, we will have the boys from Stalwart with us. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back to the Thai session interview นะคะ and I'm with Caramel Yay from Stalwart Esports นั่นเอง Yay How do you feel to get your first booyah today รู้สึกยังไงคะได้บูย่าแรกวันนี้
ก็รู้สึกปลดล็อกครับที่ได้บูย่าเพราะเกมแรกจบไม่ดีครับ
I feel unlocked because the first game really didn't end well so after end of the last week Okay, how do you and your team prepare yourself for this week competition? หลังจากที่จบสัปดาห์แรกไปแล้วอาทิตย์นี้เรามีปรับแผนหรือวางแผนยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็ซ้อมต้นเกมหนักเหมือนเดิมครับเพื่อเอาต้นเกมให้ชนะครับ
Okay, we train our beginning of the game very hard. Yeah, that's what our goal. According to what you said, that means the weakest of your team is the beginning of the game.หมายถึงว่าจุดอ่อนของเราคือต่อไฟตอนต้นเกมใช่ไหมคะ
ใช่ครับเพราะว่าถ้าต้นเกมรอดท้ายเกมยังไงก็มาแน่
Any tip for any of gamer who watching you now that if they want to fix the beginning of the game as yours มีคำแนะนำอะไรให้ผู้เล่นทางบ้านบ้างคะแบบว่าเพื่อจะแก้ปัญหาการไฟต้นเกมของเรา
ก็ต้องเล่นให้เป็นระบบครับแล้วก็พยายามพลาดให้น้อยที่สุดครับ
Okay so lastly what is your target score for today เป้าหมายของวันนี้คืออะไรคะ
เป้าหมายวันนี้ก็ไม่ต่ำกว่า80แต้มครับแล้วก็ปลดล็อกบูย่าสักบูย่าครับ
He need one more booyah and more than 80 point as a standard of the day Oh so 80 point is a lot for me but for pro player they say 80 point each day is standard yeah Oh my god, that's a high level, you know. So, are you ready for the next game? Are you ready?
Yeah.
You ready? So back to you, Shoutcaster.
And there we have it. Just heard from Caramel and our host as well, interviewees as well. And I love the point that they mentioned. I mean, they have a goal in terms of what they want to, like the numbers that they want to achieve, how much they need to do so that they can like reach the level, the next spot, or probably the number one spot in this leaderboard. And that's what that really motivates a team, specifically if you know the number. It brings you there without even knowing that you're doing it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, the more you know, the better it is out there on the battlefield. Information at the end of the day is king, right? Let's take a look at some of the information from the match that we just ended. Stalwarts Dew walking away with 3 eliminations through 2,503 damage, 1 headshot in total out there, with a total 2 knockdowns. But the key here is he brings in the Iris to play, and this is a very, very rare pick for the players out there, right? Because the last time I believe we saw Iris being played was I don't know the way the last time we saw Iris being played, man. But now we understand how he's tagging people through those glue walls.
Yeah, I mean, even when you're hiding out, Iris will be able to penetrate that, and that is one good way. And if I'm not mistaken, like Dew might be the sniper of this team, and this is a good way for him to really bring down like the rest of the teams. Purgatory as a big map it gives you that vantage point, and with that Iris can gives you more in terms of damaging your opponent. But speaking of damage, this is the numbers that the team has brought in, and even if Dew is our MVP, we are looking at Stop, who is stopping at nothing and getting a lot of elimination.
Oh yeah, no doubt at all, man. Of course, we crowned him with the MVP because of the damage, but Stop was just absolutely sneaking away all of those eliminations from the rest of his team members and getting his job done. But the one to still walk away with the number 1 on the elimination leaderboard is actually Ray from Esports Divine with a total of 8 eliminations. Super impressive.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you have 8 eliminations, and if you were helped by the rest of the teams, that will be a lot more, even if you were taken down a little bit early in this game. But from that final moment, if I'm not mistaken, they were third to the last being taken down. They were gatekeeping some of the players or PE Esports before they go against Stalwart Esports. But key players we have right now 3 from CGGG, make that 2 from CGGG, because Peter showed up in there. Headshot of 7 and glue wall destroyed of 8, and quite surprised that he's not on the revive as well, because St. Peter is the one who holds the heaven most of the time. He is going for the revive of teammates as well as being revived himself.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, here are the top 3 most used guns this time around. The Bison, followed by the Trogon and the Charge Buster. I don't think I need to repeat this anymore. Bison's obviously going to be your fan favorite with the rate of fire as well as the damage. And be it in the first circle or all the way down to the last circle, if you find this gun, it's a keeper.
Quite surprising. Woodpecker is not showing up, probably in number 4, because in this map, like a huge open area wherein you will be able to utilize that playing field without Woodpecker. But as we look into the game standings, total of 27 points overall for Stalwart Esports in that game. Evo's Divine followed with 19 total points. Expand move up with 18 points, and God of Wolf with 16. The same goes with PE Sports, and despite of only a few players remaining for the final battle, he still got a 7 elimination from that fight. And as we go down, I mean, it goes down. Unfortunate for Team Flash, they were gone in the flush, no elimination, not even a placement.
Dude, I mean, you want to say Flash is unfortunate. Heavy is even more unfortunate, because we were expecting a back-to-back, decent performance from them, but they hit high, and then now they've just gone back to hitting an all-time low. But props to God of Wolf as well as PE Sports. Massive number of points picked up this time around for the Vietnamese side. 16 each, but of course they will still continue to inch their way up to the top. Both of them still struggling pretty much near the bottom. GOW is up here in the 14th spot with a total of 108. PE Sports, on the other hand, has managed to climb up to the 10th position with a total of 137. I also have to highlight Expand, 158 points. They are on a slow but steady climb up the leaderboard.
And I guess it's no surprise for Expand. I mean, we've seen them falter early parts of competitions, and they know how to bring it back up. It's just the consistency. Not only that, like their adjustment against a team who's also being consistent in this game. So number 7 is already a good spot for them. They're very close
Yeah.
against RRQ, Kazu, as well as Attack all around. Hopefully, they can gather a lot of points already into this next match. And speaking of the next match, it will be in another slightly green map, which is Alpine.
Yeah, the last time I checked on in, I am not a big favorite of that. Kalahari is definitely a map that, I'm a slightly bigger fan of. We will have to see exactly where these teams choose to dance today, right? Because we have already realized, Neptune, that not all of the teams can hit hard on every single one of those maps, right? They do kind of tend to fall towards some of their favorites. And when we look at maps like Kalahari as well as Alpine, the one saving grace here is you see the fact that Reverse Raid as well as Stalwart Esports, they do manage to come up on top. When you look at Kalahari on the other hand, Stalwart Esports, once again, they pop up on the map. So we could just be seeing a Stalwart back-to-back later on if we are not too careful.
Yeah, well, we're going to dive into the next battle. When the flight starts, it is a gate.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples?
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024, Week 2, Day 4 overall in our long journey to the Grand Finals. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Neptune. We are the voices for the day that are going to be guiding you through all of these matches out there. And it seems like quite a number of teams that have been challenged on Week 1 are showing up strong here in Week 2, Neptune.
And that's what we love to see. I mean, the way you move up after being beat down in 1 week, and you did mention it's a long run, so there's several weeks that we can go back and forth. But the only thing that I wish for are those in the bottom half moves up as well, so that it will be tight, very tight in terms of the difference of score overall.
Yeah, I mean, if only Heavy had brought a back-to-back decent run thus far, they could have picked up the most number of points from the first 2 games alone. But they faltered and they hit rock bottom, unfortunately, just walking away with 2 points. Expand, on the other hand, although they did not get a booyah in either one of these 2 maps that have been played already, are currently sitting in the number 1 spot with 41 points picked up. So this is the kind of consistency that kind of keeps you up on top of the board. But, you know, if you look at Expand's Week 1 run, it wasn't as consistent as any one of those Malaysian fans would want. So this is where we want to see a little bit more out of them as well. And then, of course, you look at teams like Stalwart, you look at teams like CGGG, as well as God of Wolf, and God of Wolf surprises me the most. I did not expect them to be this strong still. I think they still have, though, more to show us.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen them go in really not that aggressive in some of the battles. They're the one being rushed by the other teams. But the moment that the opposing team step into their vicinity, they know how to fire back. So I guess that's how the wolf is. Instinct aside, they are just waiting for the enemies to be trapped in. But let's head over to the overall standings right now to see the difference in the points between all the teams. And guys, we are just going to watch Group A and B right now, but then overall, it's still the leader of Group C, Riyadh United, on that number 1 spot.
Absolutely, but of course, followed by Stalwart, CGGG, as well as Reverse Red, followed by AAA, which is a team that's not playing today. They are in the same group as Buriram. Expand climbing up to that 7th spot. EVOS Divine, unfortunately, they'll have to stick to the 8th position at this point of time. Team Heavy, they are lingering around the 9th spot, and they have to be really careful because 2 superstars, Esports as well as IDS, the Indostars, are looking to take away their spot from them, and that could just happen at Alpine.
Yeah, let's see on how Alpine will treat these players, these team, because so far, despite of not getting booyahs, or I might be mistaken, but it's still Stalwart Esports who's taken lead in this Group A and B. They have a lot of eliminations on last week's battle in Alpine, and we're about to find out if this can be turned around by one of the teams who's just inching away to get that number 1 spot, which is Reverse Red. For the rest of the teams, they've done a little bit well, but they need to really do better than Reverse Red, similar to what we've seen earlier. Eliminating Reverse Red early can bring them higher into that leaderboard.
And unlike Stalwart Esports, Reverse Red already has a booyah on Alpine, so this is an advantage to Reverse Red. But even if I say so, we still do have to acknowledge Stalwart, without the booyah, has got more placement points on this map, as well as more eliminations as compared to Reverse Red. So that booyah could just mean absolutely nothing when compared to Stalwart's performance on this map, but we will still have to wait and see what fate holds for them. Let's take a look as well at the top 3 teams on this map: Buriram, Stalwart, as well as Attack all around. And these are the 3 that we have been highlighting. Buriram is not going to be playing because they are in Group C. So the fight will mainly be between Stalwart as well as, well, I want to say Attack all around, but, you know, they are in Group C as well. So Stalwart's going to be the only highlighter here.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about Buriram United as well as Attack All Around. Despite of them not playing this, they have already moved up into that leaderboard. Thus, they are still showing up in the top teams in this map. So Stalwart Esports will be the leader, similar to what we've seen in Purgatory. And the only question is, can they maintain this lead on Group A and B? Because like Reverse Red, like I mentioned, it's just showing up a little bit close in that leaderboard, in that numbers. Might have died off from the first two maps early, but we just have not yet seen most of what Reverse Red can do.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And see, once again, one team out of this top three here is going to be playing in this next grouping between the battle of A and B. And like we've mentioned already, like broken records at this point, Stalwart and Reverse Red, our eyes are going to be stuck on these two teams. But they are not the only teams playing in here. And on top of that, we don't see the consistency that they had brought in week one, unless, of course, the momentum changes shortly for these squads. It is the rest of the teams that were struggling on week one, that are showing up a little bit more in that final circle. And I am more interested in those battles, because if we don't start seeing those guys step up, this tournament is going to eventually get boring. And I hope it doesn't get to that.
Exactly. I mean, that is one thing that, even for your team, like outside, inside rather, on this competition in the studio, they want to be part of that leaderboard. They want to be part of every engagement, not being just a passive team who will be feeding the points to those predators. They want to fire back and be aggressive as well. But it needs a lot more of thinking. It needs a lot more of analysis. Even earlier when we were in studio, I'm seeing some of the coaches approaching the players, giving their insight, and that's what we love to see. Hopefully it carries over in this game. So we're going to start off in this map, and Alpine is our snowy area of battle.
Oh, yeah, baby. Let's see exactly who goes out there and dominates. As we kick off game number 3, I am looking for the underdogs to continuously step their pace up and show us that they can kick some of these high trolling teams down towards the lower bottom of this table and dominate up top. As we open things up in game number 3, Alpine, we're going to have the sweet flight path that's going to be cutting through Garrison all the way down towards Vantage.
Now, for those dropping into Fusion, it's a long drop. They might be meeting those dropping in Forest Red. Thus, early engagement is about to happen. But as you can see, they're quite spread out. Reverse Red already in Malaysia, and even the Team Flash on Snowfall. Garrison will be taken over by Homebois, and RRQ has also taken the docks. So not so much of hot drop happening and showing, but Team Expand very close into Evo's Divine.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail right on the head here. Because of the flight path, teams that try to go towards areas like Forest Red are going to have to drop into an early skirmish. The biggest question is, do they stay and fight, or do they just continue moving on straight towards their own drop spots so that they can kind of loot up and prepare for this battle, right? Earlier on, we saw a slow start from Expand, but this time they're going to be forced to engage early, and Abex gets the first drop onto Cobra. And it looks like the slithering Cobra from the side of Expand is the first blood. So he will need to wait for a reset in a bit.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, if I'm mistaken, Expand often goes into Forest Red, and that trajectory alone just gives them into harm's way. But let's see if the same goes for Stalwart Esports as well as Heavy. They drop into the same area of Stadium, but I love how Stalwart Esports just playing it passive right now, just reeling them in because they don't have enough loot to fire back. Cabby's doing the same thing. I guess they have information already with that UAV being brought in. Cypher putting in a little bit of damage on Kabi, and there goes Blue Wall, and right now trying to run away, but and goes down.
Yep, then tried to avoid that with the Tatsuya, but he did not see the crossfire set up there by Dew, and Cypher does get the advantage against him. Homer tossed on out, and that enables them a little bit of an advantage, but Dew, the crossfire setup still goes ahead to benefit the team. And Stalwart will have a two-man advantage. With Caramel dropped on the ground, I believe there is a disconnection by the player, so we will have to see if or not he can be brought right back into play. But in the meantime, Heavy unfortunately bites the dust early, 2 games in a row. It's the curse of the first booyah.
Now, that was what we were expecting from Heavy. I mean, back-to-back aggression overall. They have that motivation. They have momentum already. But Stalwart Esports is utilizing that more over to their favor, and they met up in this map a little bit too early. Thus, Heavy will be brought out in this battle, and Stalwart Esports still have a good chance to be number 1 in Alpine map. Deer right now taking a shot against Stop, but will not be stopping him in the movement. And Indo Stars right now is just getting into position high ground against Zoo, but Zoo will not be hit in there. And there goes Portal Go to get away. Let's see if they can turn it around.
Oh, in the meantime, it's got a full just absolutely biting out the players of RRQ. In the meantime, RRQ down and out in the 11th spot. Indostars, on the other hand, scrimming off against Stalwart. Don't really have a position to play with just yet. Coach Hill from up top will be able to give them the bird's eye view as well as information. 18 dear, really low on that HP. Why? Why, dear? Why did you have to step out like that? 18 HP, he goes down, could have backed away, but they pay the high price.
Well, he have a chance to go into the room, get away from harm, but still turns around and has been taken down. Reverse Red on the other hand, Diamond will be knocked down, but Nameless right here is also already picking him up. Team Flash rushing in, and no glue wall will be melted at that point, but the run, Shin on a 1v3. Let's see if Shin can bring on the fire, backs away, perfect timing towards the rest of the team.
Yeah, great retreat by Shin. He pushed on up first, but he got the information that the rest of his team members were not there just yet. Shin backs away and gets a fantastic flank against Diamond. Nameless dropped by Yan Min. Artemis fights one as well, and Saming says thank you, but no thank you. Tries to get away, but looks like Reverse Red is done for. Saming has a great gun, P90, but he does not have the firepower or the manpower. Reverse Red out in 10th. What a shocker of an open at Alpine.
Our number 2 in Alpine map for Group A and B being taken down. We're expecting a lot more for Reverse Red. They have a first Booyah, one of the Booyah as well from last week in this map, or first Booyah rather from last week, and quite surprisingly, this is happening for them. B Sports, a little bit of aggression being shown against Homebois. One has been taken down already, 3 left, and there goes the pop off, but Mercy will not be at mercy as he is now fighting back. Butterfly flying in, and there goes Don't Cry, bring him down.
Yeah, they got one more player to take out of the equation. They already had a revival earlier, so the team of Homebois will still hang on for their dear lives, at least for the time being, unless the player that just got revived gets sniped out of the air when he comes flying back in. We'll have to catch up with him. In the meantime, EVOS Divine trying their best to get away from this action, although one of their players has already been tagged, so we'll have to see if or not G'day can shake this off of him, or in the meantime get into a perfect defensive position where they will be able to snipe out anybody that comes hunting for them, but they're running straight towards Expand by the looks of things.
Yeah, Expand. The thing is, the way I'm looking at it, it's only 2 players. So Expand, if they have that information, they will be backing off. But as you can see right now, there goes the rest of the team of Expand. They're fighting against Homebois, and Jembal is being eaten by the blue, slowly bleeding out. And let's see if he has a way out. Probably a good distraction can be brought in by the incoming team from the left, so that Jembal will be able to get away.
UAV sent out by Expand. Big brain play coming through, baby. That scans out the players on the side of the Indonesian squad of EVOS Divine, and Expand makes a defensive retreat. Portal Go has been laid out already. The Indonesians want some action, and we might just see that engagement in a little bit. And Indostars, in the meantime, spending the time outside the circle, picking cherries.
Well, I guess that is a good way to spend your time outside. The same goes for Jembal as he's going in for the long flank, spotting EVOS Divine coming in against the team of who's waiting for them. Left off my mind who that was, but if you go in for a long flank, it's a good chance that you can go in for those loots that has been left off by those dying in that battle. So There's still 9 teams remaining in this fight, and with 7 minutes, we'll have to find out if or who or which team will be going down next.
Another UAV heading straight for the place of Expand, and Expand now don't really have a choice. They have to engage. Portal go laid out, and the distance cut down instantaneously. You never know when an ambush is going to be set up. Cobra caught out in the open. Axel drop. Gade finds X-Roy as well. 2 players taken out of the equation, and now Expand on the back foot. Gade has been traded right back out, but look at this. It's Team Flash from afar.
Team Flash from afar, getting those kill steal, and here comes Yan Bin right now going for the rush, and let's see if they'll be able to fire back. Hooray! And G'day saying good day, good afternoon, good night as they go in for the portal go to lead this battle.
Oh, and Crime almost got away from that one, but Shin made sure to put him down on the ground with the charge buster. G'day is going to be caught out of the corner as well, and it looks like Ray will follow suit along with him. Team Flash showed up at the opportune moment to take advantage of the skirmish between Malaysia and Indonesia, and they are going to walk away the biggest winners here. And even as Evos Divine try to get away from Team Flash, they're still on pursuit of the player from the side of Expand who has reached a vending machine, so a buyback is definitely in store for Expand.
One thing that surprised me is Jembal is still alive, hanging back in the zone. With all this gunshot that's happening, there's no option for him. There's no choice for him to move in. It's a very difficult position for him, and hopefully he have a good plan in play. Jembal being spotted, being shot at, with only a sliver of health. Not quite sure if there is some heal that he can use, but he need to get away. Otherwise, Homebois will be home, back waiting in the lobby.
Let's see if or not the, I believe, final player from the side of Expand can get away. Roy, or sneaky play. He just lies down and he plays dead. He waits for PE Sports to get away, and they have run a bit far away to perhaps spot him out. No, they're turning around. He's been spotted by the Homer. The Homer of all things gives away his spot, and Expand gets taken out in the 8th place.
And that's one reason why we are seeing Homer in the most used character in this game, because of that alone. But as you can see, Team Flash, the aggressiveness is paying them back to falls, though Artemis will be back into play, but one will be needing to be revived. Yan Bin will be revived as well. Evo's Divine and Team Flash fight on the outside of the blue. It's not just the enemy that is damaging them, but also the microwave from this area. And there goes Red. There goes Team Flash, 1 player being taken out. Even Evo's Divine with 7 eliminations already. Not quite sure if they have the time or the health to move in onto the zone.
Well, we were looking for consistency from Heavy. They disappointed us. We looked for the consistency from Expand. Unfortunately, they disappointed us. Therefore, I'm not going to look for consistency from anyone anymore. I am sick and tired of disappointment.
Well, the thing is, it happens, and let's see if another thing will be happening. There goes ripping one against PE Sports, and there goes Don't Cry, crying down as he bleeds out. Oh, Wang An is in there being brought down as well, and Nero is the one waiting. Missed that portrait goal, but the second time brings in there.
Hilarious, man. And the timing couldn't have been worse. He was trying to go in there for the follow-up, but PE Sports unfortunately meets an early and God of Wolf just brings in the consistency. Now the skirmish between 2 Vietnamese squads could just be a thing before they head on in towards a safe zone at Malaysia. UAV thrown out already by GOV. No information picked up just yet. Flash spotted out there in the open. Shin takes the high ground, throws in 3 of those glue wall melters, and that should be able to take down the defenses from the right hand side. Yanbin on the flank, but he has got a charge buster. He cannot help him out. Sorry, Artemis with the charge buster can't help out Shin at all as they split up in 2 ways.
Yeah, split up in 2 ways, and Artemis will be heading over. They are trying to take advantage against God of Wolf, but 2 of the players has been taken down, thus they need to run away. In those stars, on the other hand, just waiting it out for the other teams to move in, and they're doing the same with Evo's Divine. 2 of them is also hiding out inside of the next phase of the circle. See Triple G though, a little bit quiet for them, 0 elimination and not so much of action.
Yeah, let's see if they can keep this status quo for a little while. A little bit of quiet, a little bit of calm before the storm definitely helps them with the chaos that will ensue later on. See Triple G thus far No engagements, no heavy engagements, I have to say, thus far. And Stalwart shows up in the nick of time. Caramel knocked down by one more. The question is, can they pick up on fire? Yes, they do. Has got the portal go as well for the quick reposition. And straight up from Forest Red, all they need to do is just cross one bridge and they will be in the next circle.
Smart move indeed. I mean, Portal Go has given so much of mobility in terms of the playing field. Now let's see if God of Wolf can use the same. Hopefully enough, they don't go and use that portal into the enemy's way. But Star Wars Esports going in for the battle. Saifa has been brought down, but now revived. And let's see if they can bring the rest of four teams into their heels. But as you can see, CGG's battle is now beginning.
Let's see if or not they can begin as well as end this battle on their side. Indostars gonna take the position right up top and CGG backing away. And there's a perfect scan coming through from Stalwart, and they are all gonna be tagged out. The information has been given away, and Stalwart might just be dropping by to say hello in a little bit. But God of Wolf will be the ones to make sure Stalwart doesn't get too aggressive unless those portal goals are the ones to be abused by the team who's looking to find that reposition.
Oh, good position for A-backs right now. Will be able to spot God of Wolf, but needs to back away as Ray goes down into the battle. It is Dian with a grenade launcher. Let's see Portal Go. Good day will be moving in onto the other side. There's no time, there's no need, and they will be backing off.
It's a fantastic opportunity. Ooh, A-backs just missing the free-flying player right in front of him, but of course there is quite a bit of distance, and it is not the easiest to get the aim with the sniper. You, on the other hand, just melting down the glue walls right in front of him, just patiently waiting for a player up on top with a bird's eye view, AWM in hand. He just needs a couple of accurate shots to get the team the advantage. 18 Dia from afar will be able to find Stop and stops him dead in his tracks. That's a little bit of a shocker for Stalwart.
Yeah, the thing is, Stop just moved out away, turned around in there outside of the glue wall, and the glue wall is not set up that quite well. But as you can see, God of Wolf right now, patience really is a virtue for them. But let's see if they can fight it off against Evo's Divine. And there goes A-backs going down with the hands of Peter from the other side. So it's a three-way battle overall, and it's only one team taking advantage of what's happening on the outside. But Indostars is also taking a compound on their own, and they can beat down two of the teams who's running in on them.
Yeah, God of Wolf is doing great thus far, but can they hold on for longer? I mean, a flurry of teams drop those nades on them, and God of Wolf bite the dust in the fourth spot, leaving us with just three more teams. It's the Indostars taking on CGG, and you also have Stalwart hanging on for their dear lives. And it looks like Stalwart has picked a fight with the Indostar squad, and CGG can just hang on to see exactly who the victor is to take away those final eliminations.
Now let's see on to who will be going down on fire right now, trying to get away from the gunshot. 18 Deer doing the same thing against Cosq, but from the other side, Coachil takes down one of the players from Stalwart Esports. And Indostars rushing in onto the open. Blue walls will be helping them, but there goes the backstab against Stu, and Stu didn't expect that to push, and it is now left to two teams remaining, Indostars and CGG.
Unexpected drop of momentum from Stalwart, and CGG looking to pick up the final pieces. Liam dropped on the ground already. On Fire and Peter backing up each other really well. Rare circling around with the Charge Buster, misses one shot. Peter pursues with the Bison, pulls the distraction, and On Fire finds Rare. Coachil drops On Fire instead, a 1-for-1 trade thus far, but the numbers advantage still onto the side of CGG. Indonesia drops yet another player. 18 Dia is there for the backup. Peter taken out. Cosq bleeding out. One more is another player for CGG. And unfortunately, he just can't stand the heat, and Indostars walk away with a booyah.
Indostars showing up this time around, and one more. There's no comment from DJ Khaled at that point. He will not be getting another one in that game. Indostars taking the booyah, and there's a match. Quite surprisingly, the patience that they have as well as their position as beating the team who's so much shown so much aggression in this Alpine map.
It just could not be avoided. Obviously, Indonesia was just waiting for their moment to rise in this occasion, and rise they did. Fantastic play coming through this time round, and they waited then not only did they just do this by sneaking into the final circle, they had some heated battles that they needed to deal with. And I mean, you know, initially with the skirmish between themselves as well as CGG, they could have gone all out, but they decided to find that reposition. CGG chose to retreat as well. And both those teams making it to the final circle proves to us that it's not just about those engagements as well as elimination points. Sometimes you just need to play the circle, and this team has proven that is the better strategy.
Yeah, and that's one thing. If they can use this, like this momentum, this tactics overall in the other maps as well, without losing so much of their lives or their teammates early into the battle, then they can get that momentum. They can get that consistency in grabbing elimination points. So far, in the first few or first couple of maps in this day, they didn't grab any elimination. Only 2 on the placement. So unfortunate, but they said, we're going to pay it back. We are going to bring you Alpine, and the booyah is on them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, RRQ, Homebois, they are all trying to conspire to see if or not they can climb up the leaderboard themselves. But obviously, that journey is not going to be an easy one, because many teams out there are looking to crush their hopes. They want their own share of that 100,000 US dollars. And obviously, the group stage is their field to prepare for all of their matches later on. And Neptune, if you were given a chance, which team do you think can impress us with their consistency in here today, man? Take a guess.
Oh, well, it's very difficult in terms of consistency. But for this, I was thinking of Reverse Red, because they have, like, even if they are not getting the booyah, they are getting the placement point, but it's not showing in this day number 1 of this week. So that could have been with last week's data. Hopefully they can turn this around for the remaining 3 maps and make me a believer once again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to that, man, for sure, because Reverse Red, they started off pretty solid, right? 15 points, they walk away, and then in Purgatory, that's exactly where they falter. But on the flip side of things, if you look at Stalwart, they started off the day really, really slow, shocking us all with just 7 points. But now, back to back, they've shown us that they can get into the final circle. I mean, they did manage to walk away from Purgatory, the winners of the booyah, and now they clocked in a decent amount of points. I would say somewhere around 14, 15 points, which is the kind of high average a team should be aiming for in order to walk away with that number 1 spot at the end of the day, right? So they faltered in Bermuda. They have recovered in the past 2 matches. This is fantastic. If they can keep this up, obviously, Buriram needs to sweat a little.
Exactly. I mean, if a player, if all the players from one team, let's say Stalwart Esports, they focus on probably getting 2 or 3 eliminations just from themselves, and it happens that it brings them closer to get placement point, then slowly but surely they will be able to grab that number 1 spot. They are very, very close, a few points away from that number 1 spot, just because of 2 maps. Now, this is what we want to see from Stalwart Esports. Probably not so much of like many booyahs, as long as they're getting their eliminations in the right place, probably 12th place to catch over with that booyah placement point, and then probably 3rd or 4th at an average in the placement.
I like how Saming just joined the team cheer with just one finger on the shoulder of his buddy, and it's like, yeah, I give my power for this team cheer. It's like it's a little down in spirits. Hopefully, or maybe a booyah around the corner could just cheer him right back up.
No, I mean, Saming doesn't want to use his whole hand, his whole palm, because he might overpower them if he uses the whole, like, just a finger will do. That's enough for them to grab the power.
Fair enough, man. God of Wolf, of course, crazy good stuff coming through this time round out of their matchup. And the winners of the booyah, the Indonesian squad of Indostars. I wouldn't say massive numbers of eliminations, but more than enough to climb this leaderboard, or at the very least put on some heavy pressure on the other teams, right? Representing Indonesia is not easy. It is a very, very rough list of teams for them to dominate before they can get here, but Indostars are proving that they are worth the investment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of teams right now who are proving themselves into this battle, and this is the beginning of that. This is the beginning of turnarounds already for the team. As we can see already in the leaderboard, there's a lot of changes happening. Earlier, we started off the day with all Thailand up top, top 5. But right now, it's being mixed up overall. Even if some teams are not playing, they are being caught up by the other teams, even for those making scores for today. So we're going to have to see if there will be any more changes into the leaderboard. But right now, we're going to go for an interview for the Booyah takers. And let's bring it over to our hosts as well as the winners.
Booyah for Indostars! Woo! Congratulations! And now I am with one of the player in Indostar, Kochel. Hi, Kochel.
Hai,
Kochel, how are you today?
Gimana kabar kamu hari ini?
I'm fine.
Oh, you very fine, right? This is the first Booyah for you, right? Today? How do you feel about that?
Ini Booyah pertama kamu hari ini kan? Gimana perasaan kamu?
Senang banget.
We're extremely happy.
Only happy. Okay. What's your obstacle so far?
Apa hambatan kamu sejauh ini?
Gak ada sih. Gak ada hambatan.
Nothing.
We have no obstacles so far.
Wow, I like your answer. And next question, anything you want to say to your opponent?
Ada kata-kata yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak untuk lawan kamu?
Gak ada.
Taunting dong.
Gak boleh. Gak boleh taunting.
Nothing? Ayo dong, apa kayak semangat atau apa gitu. Anything you want to say.
Buat BRU aja sih.
Apa?
Buat BRU.
Oh.
Buriram.
To Buriram team. Apa? What?
Tunggu ketemu gue dah.
Okay, so for Buriram team, we can't wait to meet you.
Okay, thank you so much for your team, and I hope your team will give us performance better, and we ready for the next round. So back to you, shoutcasters.
Such a humble winner. The guy doesn't want to flex. He doesn't even want to trash talk his opponent. I really like that. But, you know, if you really want to get up to the top, you need to get under the skin of your opponent sometimes as well. I don't know if or not Indostars is up for the mind games just yet, but they sure as hell are up for a couple of Booyahs. That's their first one in this particular map. Second one overall in the group stage. So they're not doing too bad at this point, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, not doing too bad. Hopefully they can continue on this run. But we're going to look at the numbers right now. And we've seen Coach Hill do so much of a great gameplay. But now he is MVP for this game. Eliminations of 5 and 1878 on the damage, 3 headshots and 6 knockdown. And as usual, Tatsuya, the most used character in the game. Well, Rush, who doesn't want to get away with that?
Absolutely, man. And obviously, he is a menace out there on the battlefield, able to rush on in as quickly as he wants to, swiftly pull away those eliminations for the squad with the Trogon in his hands. And let's take a look at the overall active skill usage here. A double Tatsuya, A124, as well as a Homer being dragged in by Raz. Interesting in terms of the setup. So there's a possibility here of a a primary as well as a secondary active skill usage here, both on the Homer perhaps for Raz, but he didn't really have the numbers to show up for it. He was just supporting the players in terms of revealing their positions as well as tagging them up, allowing 18D Aleem as well as Coach Hill to get a majority of the job done.
I would say Raz is on it for the information gameplay.
Yeah.
Information gameplay
and stuff. Yeah, that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all a balance on how you use all this factor. But we cannot take that away from Dian of God of War. He had 7 elimination in that battle, followed by our MVP, which is Coach Chill with 5 elimination. 18 Deer, who is very held dear by the team of Indo Stars, so much that he had done in this battle with 4. Artemis from Team Flash with 3, and Evos Divine G'day will be saying goodnight at number 5. But as we have key players, 18 Deer with 5 headshots, and Dion with a lot of damage, 2838. LBT from PE Sports with 2 rescued teammates, and survival time from Coach Shield with 984.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, these are the key players in terms of a highlight, but there's just so much more that we would like to talk about in that matchup, because the action was just non-stop. We could barely get a moment of breathing in as far as Alpine was concerned, and the action was mainly controlled by the usage of the Trogon out there, right? The capability to become a launcher as well as a auto shotgun just makes the Drogon a super sharp weapon out there to pick up. The M79 surprisingly was one to pick up 6 eliminations out there. The grenade launcher making its play once again, followed by the Woodpecker, which only afforded 6. Now my question is, so what weapon was used for all of the other eliminations? Because there was quite a number of eliminations on the battlefield.
Well, I guess we cannot take away Bison in that battle. It's always, I think it's a must already for the player to have Bison. Just so happened that a lot of elimination has been done in close range and with that splash damage. But this is how it translated for game number 3. Total of 24 in the points, and a booyah of 12 plus the 12 elimination from Indo Stars. Got a Wolf with 13 elimination and 7 on the ranking with 20. Stalwart Esports, though we are looking for them to be the booyah takers of this match, they have been taken out a little bit early with 15. Team Flash with 14. Evo's Divine with 13. C Triple G, a little bit slow down for them in the elimination department with 12 points. PE Sports with 10 in total. Expand and Homebois follow through with 3 and 2 respectively.
Heavy and RRQ unfortunately walk away with absolutely nothing in this particular game, and that will of course hurt them on the overall leaderboard. As you can see, Heavy still holds on to that 10th spot, but lucky for them, PE Sports hasn't really run away with the matchup just yet. They only walked away with 10 points in this Alpine map, and therefore they're not going to catch up anytime soon. 2 more points needed, so Heavy has got 1 more opportunity to work their way away from their homeboys PE Sports. Let's look at the left-hand side a little bit as well, as we see the Indo Stars team rise up to the occasion. 8th spot they now sit at.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very close to where RRQ Kazu is, and I guess that is a threshold. Top 4 is difficult to beat because, like, Reverse Red against RRQ Kazu, it's a 44 points difference. That's a lot of points, and unless they're not playing, that's the only time that they'll be able to catch up to that. But the thing is, they are in the same group, so hopefully they can find the time to, or find the chance to take down Reverse Red a little bit more early into the games, stop them from getting points, and then the rest will be able to catch up.
Absolutely. And of course, the difference between Indo Stars and Expand is just at 1 point. So the Indonesians should be looking out for the Malaysians potentially dropping by or trying to ruin their party. But based on what we know from Expand, they usually don't go knocking on other people's doors, you know, in a hurried manner to get those points. They do focus on their own gameplay. So nothing much for the Indonesians to worry about, but you never know. Buriram, SDE, as well as RRQ, the top 3 teams on this map. And it looks like we can focus on 2 out of these 3 teams. I mean, first of all, we got to throw Buriram out of the mix because they're always dominating every single map, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I would say is Reverse Red, though not part of the top 3, is also one of the team who grabbed the booyah. But I think the second time around that they played this map is when they were taken down a little bit early. So in terms of total and averages, they have been brought down into the leaderboard, but Reverse Red has maintained that consistency that at some point, once in any point in this competition, they grab a booyah in the map.
Well, they do have that booyah already. RRQ and Stalwart have the other 2 booyahs. Let's hop on in and see exactly who picks away the 4th booyah off of this map between these 2 groups.
As we fly through the desert land of Kalahari, the sniper's nest is being perched by the players. Let's see where they will be dropping at this point. RRQ dropped off a little bit early in Stone Ridge, where our flight has begun. And let's see who will be dropping last, where in between, as it go in between the maze and foundation. Not so much of hot drop happening just yet as we look at it. And well, Refinery, surprisingly, no one has taken that place.
Yeah, Mehmet's going to be a little bit of a party shortly. We do see a hot drop here between the Indostars as well as another squad. Team Flash will be heavily dropping in here together with Esports Divine as well. So Vietnam against Indonesia. Breaking out in a couple of seconds, and it's a very disciplined drop by two teams thus far. And the Vietnam is all grouping up together. Yanbin already has the MP40 in hand. Gade does not have a weapon. Gade is going to be in a lot of trouble, and they're allowing AimGod to solo 4 players. The backup just not there. Abex chooses to back away alongside Ray to focus on the looting first before they get mixed up with the rest of the Vietnamese squad.
Good tactics indeed. I mean, if you can distract the players, making them buy a little bit more time so that your teammates will be able to loot up, then that is a good play, even sacrificing one of that life. But they were able to trade it off already. Yanbin has gone down, and no recovery happening just yet. Evo Divine, though, moves up and split up on a 2v2. ABAX right now, half health, half HP, but will not be taken down yet.
Not just yet. Yanbin out of the equation already. A good Tatsuya burst to back away defensively out of that engagement. Artemis is putting himself in a good spot. And Bio on the left-hand side flank. Question is, does Ray chip on in? Yes, he does. Esports Divine. Bird's eye view giving them a tad bit of an advantage, and it looks like Reverse Red is packing up Indostars and sending them back home to the lobby instantaneously off screen as well. As Artemis gets down and out of the equation, Ray bites the dust as well, courtesy of Shin and his Woodpecker from up top. The Indonesians all back in action.
I love to see the numbers on Evo's Divine in this game, because I think they have unlimited revive done already in here, and the full squad once again, in spite of how many times one of their players has been brought down. Now let's see if that has a limit right now. It's a 3v3 situation between Team Flash and Evo's Divine. A good day trying to distract Bayo, and Bayo being hit hard, half HP already, was able to pull up the glue wall.
What will be the fate of these squads? We will have to wait and see in a little bit. Team Flash. Flashy play, but Ray does get the RGS knock onto Bio, takes him out of the equation as well. And Shin and Artemis left with no choice but to run the hell out of there. And it looks like the Indonesians are not going to try to make that easy for them as well. Stalwart, in the meantime, at Maze, seem to be having a good time looting up. Nobody's messing with the gameplay just yet.
Yeah, I mean, once you're in the maze, it's very difficult to be found. It's like a labyrinth at this point, but no one dropped in with them as well. RQ, though, has met with shots coming from Reverse Red and Diamond with surprise hit with that portal go, and there goes one out into the lobby. Now let's see if they'll be able to spot out the rest of Indostars. Razor right now from above, and there goes a takedown. And, oh no, just hiding out. Only a few HP. Razor is still alive.
Guy hanging on for his dear life. Trying not to get taken out. But Dansai! He did not stay patient. Didn't go for the full-on shower of bullets to take Nameless out of the equation. And he gets tagged up, though, by the Homer. And nothing much to show from that. Indostars recover. RRQ pressured now between Reverse Red as well as Indostars, who can push on up, but RRQ is a little bit too good for this. A good Dinoculus popped by Reverse Red as well to get the information. And they got the count of 5 players, so they know that there is a little bit of a party here at the sub, and there's one guy interfering from another team.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to disrupt the party, cut off the music, stop the dancing. But as you can see, the dancing between 18 Deer as well as one player from RQ Kazu hasn't stopped. Even with this small slit in the glue wall, no shots will be made.
Oh.
And here comes the fly. A buy high will be back, and there goes the takedown by Legaloth. And let's see if RRQ can continue this on towards reverse red.
RRQ Duds spots out Saming. Saming. Then they corner just to get caught out by Duds, unsuspecting. And Saming did look like he was low in spirits earlier on with the team cheer. So I guess that's kind of showing up here in his gameplay as well.
Definitely love to see on fire! Yan Bin has been brought down, and Artemis right now is being gunned down as well by Cosq. Now, we have C-Triple-G with 3 eliminations already. Back to the sub, as we have BE Sports already with 4, trying to gun down and hunt down RRQ. Let's see if a buy high has been spotted, or Raul Nero might be able to bring him down. Here comes a little bit nade action, but no damages yet.
Ice grenade just to force a Bay High out of his defensive position. Legalot cutting down the distance though. Grenade cluster! Ooh. And a Bay High left with 30% off his HP. Tries to recover, but Nero follows up with a fantastic Drogon connection. And Saming Nameless brought back for reverse red. PE Sports on the other hand with the advantage against RRQ. Leglot flies up in the air, but LBT drops him with the Drogon and circles around, looking for yet another player. They are about to find one in the name of Dutch. Dutch straight down, pulls up a good blue wall. M1887, but he's not going to survive for long. Out he goes, and PE Sports just ate up 3 players out of RRQ.
And that says that's all, folks. And elimination leader right now is PE Sports after the engagement. But as we head over to Expand, Expand is really trying different approach, not dropping in their usual drop spot, trying to take the distance just in case someone else will be in there. Thus, they don't have any eliminations just yet. No hot drop happening, but hopefully they have enough loots to fight back just in case someone meets them. Reverse red will be meeting RRQ once again. Razor goes down and nowhere to go.
Yeah, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide as well. The players on the side of reverse red know exactly what they need to do in terms of positioning. So we're going to leave them and catch up with them in a little bit. UAV played by Homebois to check out the position right in front of them so that they can continue to rotate. Yes, they are beautiful in this safe zone, but it is about to move and they need to plan their next maneuver following this safe zone positioning. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what that team does as well. Indonesians, on the other hand, he was divine. Circling through Council Hall thus far, it's going to be a little bit of a quiet game as we play through this.
Yeah, no one's spotting after those initial engagement, but it's so surprising that we only have lost one team from that matchup for the first 8 minutes of this game. So I guess they were able to find a hiding spot, and I guess that is what the terrain of Kalahari has to offer. Nero right now sees Legaloth. There goes the jump. Will Legaloth be able to survive this? There goes the hit and the backstab, literally against Legaloth. And here comes the 2 players to help him out. BE Sports grabbed their 8th elimination.
Yeah, tactically executed there. The A124 popped by Nero, and he swiftly moves on in. His opponent can't use those active or passive skills, and it was just an all-out gunfight. Compared with the fact that he brought in backup as well, it was just too easy for PE Sports to put an end to Legalot. In the meantime, Homebois, they continue their maneuver straight towards the house of the team Expand. Let's see if this one fares well for them as the 2 Malaysian teams potentially skirmish in a bit.
Yeah, one thing about this is Homebois is not doing well in terms of Kalahari overall. In terms of placement, they only grab 5, even from last week up until this week, and 4 eliminations. So thus the passive gameplay pretty much mirrors what they have last week, and hopefully they will change it a little bit this time around. But as we can see the map, as it closes down, we have a reverse red on the outside, hunting down one of the players of Team Flash, and let's see if they'll be able to find him.
As they circle on around, we'll catch up with the position of God of Wolf as well, who at this point of time has a UAV to be sent out, gets barely any information from that. and almost every single team just waiting for that circle to close on in to force those engagements. But in the meantime, Expand holding on to Refinery gives them a huge advantage over the other squads. But Refinery does come with a little bit of a weak point as well. Multiple access points for the other teams to catch up with Expand and potentially catch them off guard. So they have to be really careful. The sniper play from the Malaysian squad needs to be sharp.
Yeah, I mean, even with the Portal Go, the high ground advantage of Refinery is already out of the window. You won't be able to secure that even if you cover all sides, and that is making it difficult for the rest of the teams who often take this area as their dropping spot. But as you can see, X-Roy right now trying to take down a few of the glue walls coming from RRQ, but no one is opening the door and no one will be sighted. So Expand will be back on high ground. Let's see if they can secure a few more of those openings as the zone will be closing in a few seconds.
Yeah, the zone just left Refinery high and dry, but it has not really moved on just yet. It's just showing them exactly what they can expect, so Expand needs to move. In the meantime, Team Flash aiming to take the heads off Reverse Raid. Nameless dropped on the ground already. Hi! The Portal Go! Artemis with the backstab. He brings in the backstab and goes in for the spray onto Diamond as well. Diamond surviving, but finally dropped by Artemis. A perfect ambush by Team Flash. He executes him as well. And now Reverse Red a little bit scared. And they say, hasta la vista, baby. They try to run away as quickly as possible. But impossible as BO catches him with the AWM. Reverse Red bows out in the 11th spot.
We called for it once again. Take down Reverse Red and take the reins of this map. And let's see who will be able to take down another team in this battle. The next target will be Stalwart Esports. And there goes Wang An for the takedown against Caramel. Here comes Zhu. Man trying to make his way on the other side. But as you can see, damage after damage being received by Stalwart Esports. But Wang An will be paid back.
And there was no elimination onto Caramel. He did get dropped, but stop now. Traded out due a sliver of health left on him. Can Don't Cry as well as Nero potentially put this guy out of his misery and gain the advantage for PE Sports. LBT circling around. Chargebuster doesn't find the connection. Caramel backs away and up top Cypher dropped and absolutely destroyed by Don't Cry, but Don't Cry loses his life to the circle.
Yeah, let's see if Don't Cry can be picked up or probably revived later on. But there goes LBT trying to do so. But on the other side, Nero's fighting back against Caramel outside of the zone, trying to rush in. Let's see if they'll be the fools to take them down. And Artemis goes down. Caramel goes down as well. 14 elimination for PE Sports. We called it once again. Take down. Take out the king. Stalwart Esports is out.
Oh yeah, baby. I thought that Portal Go was the lifeline for him, but unfortunately the Woodpecker follow-up was just way too good. PE Sports deadly. Stalwart out of the equation, and now it is a standoff here between Heavy and C-Triple-G. Heavy, the team that has faltered back-to-back, looking to make a comeback this time around, but 0 eliminations in hand. They have to be really careful to not get taken out too soon.
So, looking at the top 4 of our Kalahari map, Stalwart Esports are really eliminated. C-Triple-G is still back in play, if I'm mistaken, and Heavy is still in here, number 4. So let's see if they can, or who beats who in terms of the leaderboard. Here comes the jump. C-Triple-G might be spotted, and a lot of Portal Go being set in play. Let's see who jumps where.
I mean, they have brought in the monster truck so late in the game because they don't have a lot of defensive positions to play. But the question is mainly going to be whether or not the monster truck is going to be able to survive all of those gunshots out there on the battlefield as well as those snipes. Bias now bitten down, and he gets taken out instantaneously. Jembal holding on for his dear life, but it is all over, son. It is going to be Team Expand that walks away from this engagement unless someone else sticks their nose into this battle. I see a Vietnamese player right in front, and it's going to be Team Flash's Yan Bin, but he chooses to stay silent.
Yeah, stay silent and get away, but we just witnessed Homebois being taken down with 0 points in that elimination. Now, as we can see, Tan trying to beat down Evo's Divine, but Evo's Divine is just on the low ground. If in case Tan and the rest of the team will be showing up, there will be God of Wolf waiting for them from above. But here comes Ivax trying to beat down against C-Triple-G. Nowhere to go. C-Triple-G is just receiving all those damage.
Amen. And now C Triple G with a little bit of an advantage here. The Indonesian squad trying their best to use this cliff, but now he's trapped himself in with the glue ball. Apex tries to recover a little bit of positioning. C Triple G on fire. He circles right round. Caught outside of the circle. Get back in, and Tatsuya saves his life. On fire, really low on that HP. Cluster! Drop from up top. Team Heavy tries to third party the situation as well. Peter gets tagged up, and in the meantime, Evo's Divine says, Hasta la vista. We are backing away, and the nades don't stop from Heavy. Evo's Divine have circled up. Now they can pressure Heavy, and in the meantime, the team at the bottom can at least play for a little bit of their dear lives.
Heavy's playing the Bermuda playlist once again. The same tactics that we've seen earlier, and they're grabbing a few eliminations to their side. Now, in their place is Expand. Let's see if they can beat down ones on the second floor. God of War or God of Wolf is in here as well, as they are being surrounded by a lot more. 5 teams remaining in this fight. God of Wolf, 5 elimination, but they do have the first floor of this compound, and there's nowhere to go for those from above. So it's either they jump or they jump out of the compound into the ridges, or they jump in onto the God of Wolf.
Not a single Malaysian squad has picked up a booyah thus far, so Expand is looking to make history right here, right now. Aim God right up on top, but he says, hasta la vista, baby. A little bit too much of pressure for me to deal with solo. Gade gets knocked down by Isa, and God of Wolf needs to go in for the follow-up. A ton of them just piled on right underneath of Expand, and Expand can't really do much except make sure they go round and round, check all of their corners as well as their backs to make sure no portal goes suddenly invades their territory. Now you're right, Neptune, as soon as that circle starts to move, Team Heavy's gonna have a lot of this advantage as they stay away from all of this chaos.
Yeah, the thing is, it's either they have the advantage as they gatekeep the rest of the teams, or they will be rushed by several teams all heading to them. Kabi has already gunned down with that nade coming from Crime. Here comes Jonah trying to go for the flank. Kabi needs to be picked up. Hans is in there being eliminated, and this is what I'm talking about. That is a wrong move for them to go in straight into battle. They should have flanked onto the side, and that's where they took that advantage, similar to what they've done so far. And Evo's Divine has just turned around and taken the spot instead. Now let's see if they'll be able to continue onto this elimination spree. 11 already onto the side. Evo's Divine feeling.
Yeah, Heavy down and out already, and now God of Wolf just hanging on for their dear lives. Expand on the other hand with a single player, alive and kicking. It's the one and only Cobra. Can Cobra pick up Crime? MKS, his dear buddy, who's most needed in order for them to pick up the booyah, but Diane out of nowhere drops the grenade launcher, gets a double for himself. Cobra hanging on, drops Ray, but GOW has got 3 more players as he was Divine bites the dust. It's a 1v3, and there's no way Cobra takes this. God of Wolf walks away with a booyah for themselves. And it's the very first one, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. There is a little bit of light for God of Wolf right now. They've shown great potential from the early parts of this day, and this time around, it pays off with that booyah. Now, let's see if this is enough for them to cross over to the top 12, because they're very, very close, especially as they are like inching away against Onyx Olympus from that leaderboard, who's currently taking that 12th spot. With this booyah plus the elimination point that they have, if I'm not mistaken, around 11 or 12, or probably even more, they are in the way to get together with either Heavy or PE Sports.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, God of Wolf desperately needs those points, and because the team that is above them is from Group C, Onyx Olympus, God of Wolf will be having no issues whatsoever squeezing themselves into the top 12. But this is the problem. They'll have to give us back-to-back consistency in the final 2 games in order to make sure they hold on to this, because when Onyx Olympus plays tomorrow, I'm pretty sure they will not shy away from picking up some decent points.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why we still coming up. Buriram United Esports as well as Saka Around still comes up even if they're not part of the group, because they made that initial investment in terms of placement as well as elimination. Thus, they are still in there hanging back despite of a rest day for this team. But let's not take it away from our Gods of Wolf. They have crossed the top 12, and let's see and how much that is. But back to the studios, we're feeling a little bit of hustle right now, because they need to hustle. We're already down 4 maps out of 6.
Yeah, no doubt at all, sir. They definitely need to hustle on out there. And it's so close, I'll have to say. So close that Malaysia came to a booyah, but was denied by God of Wolf, the Vietnamese squad who desperately wanted their own first booyah. So if you look at the overall top 12 now, every single team in the top 12 has at least one booyah except EVOS Divine as well as Expand. And the last I checked, both these teams are playing today. And the last time I checked, we have got 2 more games left, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's still a feat for them because they are in the top 12, or let's say they are on the first half of our leaderboard without any booyah. And what more if they grab the booyah? I mean, that's the consistency that we keep asking for. Consistency in getting elimination, if not getting good placement. And that is what EVOS Divine and Expand is doing right now. Hopefully, the rest of the Malaysians, as well as Vietnam team, will be able to do the same because they are being pushed down from 13 to 18.
I mean, expecting the rest of the Malaysian squads to give as much as Expand is giving right now is a little bit difficult for me to see happening because Homebois as well as Todak, I mean, okay, let's keep Todak out of the conversation for the time being because they're not playing today. We will destroy them tomorrow. Homebois, on the other hand, I mean, I am absolutely bewildered as to what's happening with this squad because it's not like they cannot play a good game of Free Fire. They know how to play a fantastic game of Free Fire, but they just cannot cut it against the Southeast Asian squads out there, let alone Expand themselves, right? But Expand is bringing in a flavor that is pretty shocking. They are a Malaysian squad. They have scrimmed against the rest of the Malaysian teams time and time again, but they are able to bring in a very different flavor in the SEA level, and that's pretty exciting to see if you're Malaysian. The same, of course, example can be put in here as well with some of the Vietnamese squad. Many of them are feeling a little bit of pressure keeping up with Heavy as well as PE Esports.
Well, let's see if they can do it. Right now, we're going to go in, jump into the interview, and we're going to hear a few more from the winners. So, take it away, interviewer.
Hello everybody, welcome back to our Vietnamese booyah interview after the match. I'm Yunso and right next to me is Cao Dian. Can you say hello to the audience please? Thì không biết là Dan có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Hello mọi người.
Hi everyone. So this is their very first booyah in the match. So how is your feeling right now? Đây chính là booyah đầu tiên của God of War thì không biết hiện tại Dan đang cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
Dạ, em thấy cũng bình thường tại tuần này bọn em mới bắt đầu bắn.
Oh, he feels really normal because this is the week we started to play. Last week is just a small game to us. Then from our previous game, there was a very intense match at the end. How do you guys can handle that situation? Thì ở pha khúc cuối, God of War đã có một cái giao tranh rất là căng thẳng giữa 3 đội và làm sao để các bạn có thể cân bằng lại được cái cảm xúc của mình cũng như là có thể đỡ đóng được để những cái pha giao tranh nặng nề như thế ạ?
Dạ thì bọn em cứ bình tĩnh mà bắn thôi, không có gì phải vội.
So his opinion about like those intense matches is like just need to balance our emotions and there's nothing to rush about. So that is how God of War started the game very easily, but also bringing the first booyah as well. Then during the last week and then this week, your performance is like really high from now on. Then how can you guys practice or keep bringing up your performance? Thì so với tuần trước đến với tuần này thì mọi người đã có một cái màn trình diễn cũng rất là tốt. Đặc biệt là trong tuần này thì mình đã có rất là nhiều pha hay cũng như là bắn cũng không còn như là bị thiếu cân bằng như đợt trước này. Thì các bạn đã có một cái quá trình luyện tập như thế nào ạ?
Dạ là do tuần trước tem gặp một số vấn đề kiểu cái nội bộ ấy cho nên là không thể mà thể hiện tốt được nên tuần này khắc phục rồi.
So last week during to the performance, there was a little bit privacy stuff in their team. So that's why they cannot do their best. But as a professional team, they handle it really good this time and now they nailed it and they finally bring the back booyah. Then there's just only small questions. Do you want to say anything to your fans but also the viewers here? Thì phỏng vấn của chúng mình ở đây là cũng như thế rồi. Mình sẽ để Dian nghỉ ngơi một chút xíu. Thì không biết là Dian có lời gì muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả cũng như là các bạn fan hâm mộ của God of War không ạ?
Dạ, cảm ơn mọi người đã cổ vũ God of War. Hết rồi.
Thank you for always supporting us, and I hope you guys will always support us as well. Thank you everyone for watching our interview. Let's moving back to our caster.
And there we have it. We heard from God of Wolf and couldn't agree more. I was looking at the numbers as we are listening to the response, and it does prove from last week they didn't perform that well. They are getting a few more of the eliminations in some of the games, but this is the most consistent that we've seen so far. Let's take out Bermuda, because Bermuda, not so much. But after Purgatory, Alpine, now Kalahari, plus that Booyah, I guess they average already for the last 2 days of last week's games already, just in 5 maps.
I absolutely love that for God of Wolf, right? The question is, can they, of course, bring out more of that firepower? Because we see that they have truly lacked when it comes to picking up those placement points. It's not like they cannot pick up a fight and continue that fight, but a lot of times they have kind of gotten taken out of the equation a little bit too early, unable to reach that final circle. But of course, we'll allow them to answer that question later, because for now, they are definitely in the spotlight with Dian. 5 eliminations, 1,256 on the damage through 6 knockdowns with the A124 in hand. He just went around disabling everyone, and if he is a little bit further away from them, that Woodpecker absolutely annihilates their defenses, right? Beaston in hand allows him to be a fantastic fragger from afar as well. Dian, this is such a mid build for him. Not too aggressive, not a CQC style combat, but if, of course, he is pressured, he should be able to get the job done for the squad.
Oh, look at that, AJ. I mean, triple Tatsuya. And I guess Dian really can keep his distance all throughout, especially with the rest of the team will be able to go in for the rush. And just at that alone, it's a 3-1 split that I'm looking at in their gameplay, and Dian is just a crucial factor for that. Damaging them with the Woodpecker plus the Beaston, the distance that he can throw all those utilities, then it's just for the rest of the team to clean up the mess that Dian has put into. And this is how it shows in the elimination department, 5 of which was him, and the rest of the 5 is divided for the rest of the teammates.
But of course, the MVP for the overall eliminations is sneaked away by Nero, who walks away with 7 eliminations, followed by Dian, our game MVP with 5 eliminations, who's equalized with Cobra, as well as LBT from PE Sports with 5 eliminations each. And Gade picks up the 5th spot with a total of 4 eliminations. These 5 players truly gave their all out there moments ago. And I have to say, Dian just playing that A124 gets close enough to activate that skill, but not close enough for himself to get distracted. Plays those flanks beautifully to walk away with God of Wolf and the massive number of points that, of course, they have picked up in this matchup. If they can keep this up, I'm pretty sure they're going to be smiling year to year when they go in to cash out all of that money from the bank.
Definitely. And as we point out, the key players of this game, we have Gide once again back in 5 headshots. We have Nero with 30 on the damage, and Crime with 13 glue walls destroyed, plus Cobra is back with survival time up, then of 1,043. Now this is how they are playing it out to help out the rest of the teammates, but it's more of not just the individuality, but how they can put this all together so that they can grab a lot of elimination, not only that, good placement, if not the Booyah.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, production always making me do a little bit of mathematics. That's 17 minutes and 38 seconds Cobra survived for. Drogon, 20 eliminations, followed by the Charge Buster with the 10, and Bison with the 6. I am shocked. How can a Bison pick up less eliminations than the Charge Buster?
Kalahari.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, tight corners, you swing around, and of course, pro players out there on the battlefield, they all know how to charge up a good Charge Buster shot, and you're obviously going to walk away with those eliminations. 22 points picked up by God of Wolf, 10 eliminations, 12 from the Booyah, and of course, right behind them is EVOS Divine with the exact same number of points, and this is going to be a problem for Team Expand, who are hot on the heels of EVOS Divine, trying to catch them, but EVOS making sure that they don't make that job easy. PE Sports continues to perform for the Vietnamese region with a total of 20 points picked up in the 3rd spot.
Yeah, I mean, like, we love to see more of this elimination overtaking the placement points overall because that really turned things around.
Yeah.
Though we have the Booyah being taken by not so much of elimination, but what if you have more enough to take over the 4 difference in the first and second? But let's head over to standings right now. And Buriram United is not yet out of the picture in the number 1 spot, but very, very close. Stalwart Esports has slowly inching into that number 1 spot and second right now, but who's very, very close to them? Only 1 point. It's C-Triple-G, and then the distance by red or reverse red has been brought to them because multiple early elimination in this game.
I mean, you just keep expecting these teams to bring out monstrous performances, but they are proving that this particular league, this particular circuit on the Free Fire world stage for Southeast Asia is no walk in the park. You can be a super titan out there and you can still get toasted. Of course, Buriram will be the exception to this particular rule. They are the toasters. They are the toastmasters in many different ways, in speaking as well as burning people out there on the battlefield. But of course, we'll have to take a break. When we come back, the final 2 matches of the day.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples? How'd you like them apples?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024, and we are now in the final installment for today. And so far, this is getting exciting because we've seen so much of disruption in terms of leaderboard, and not only that, not one team is getting multiple booyahs in all the maps we played, and not one team as well is dominating this day. And I love how it's turning up, AJ.
Absolutely, man. But of course, it is a little bit too early to call those stats because we still have 2 more games. So you never know. Perhaps one of those teams that have already picked up a booyah wants to go for a back-to-back for a total of 3. And, in doing so, they will eventually dominate the overall leaderboard for the day between Group A as well as B. But I would prefer it for it to be on a track record like what you just said. No teams are alike when it comes to the booyah winners, so that we have an absolute toss-up as to who can actually go ahead and dominate overall, right? We are seeing some exclusive teams with super decent performance. I mean, the main one to highlight would have to be EVOS Divine. I mean, consistency after consistency, a couple of rocky plays, but overall, they've been decent enough to be the front runners of day number 4.
Yeah, exactly. And this is quite surprising though, because Reverse Red from week 1 has dominated the scene, and it's now being slowed down, being weakened in multiple instances already, taken out a little bit too early. Thus, EVOS Divine, as you mentioned, is slowly catching up to their spot on the leaderboard. But we're going to see a few more of those matches, and couldn't agree more. Maybe one will be popping off, especially on the next map, which is Nextera. But let's head over to the standings, where we're going to see how close it is between Reverse Red and EVOS Divine. Only 33 points for them to take over that number 4 spot.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And the games that EVOS Divine faltered in terms of gameplay, they picked up the minimum of 13 points. In games where they did excel, they picked up 19 as well as 22 points. So very solid play coming through from the Indonesian squad, and they have definitely started to disrupt some of the momentum of the heavier hitting teams. But at that same breath, I have to say, some of the heavy hitting teams have been facing a little bit of a problem, kicking it into high gear. Let's talk about Reverse Red. A total of 26 points today. They started off hot with 15 points on Bermuda, and then they got 4 points in Purgatory, 1 in Alpine, 6 in Kalahari. What's going on, Neptune?
I mean, I'm quite sure. I mean, we've heard earlier from God of Wolf that even for them, they have a little bit of a private issues within themselves. So these players are no strangers to those as well. It might be something in a off day, off week. Hopefully, it's not an off week, because it will be terrible for the team showing up only on week number 1. But let us go into the next map, Nextera. I mean, CGGG has already taken 2 of the booyahs in here, and compared to the other maps that we've seen, Buriram United is not here, Reverse Red is not in this list, Esports is also showing up, so this is a good chance for other teams to really move up.
And CGGG has been pretty consistent with their decent performance, and there is no doubt in my mind whatsoever that would have served as a perfect warm-up for them to come through on Nextera and find their dominant gameplay and pull away their booyah for the day, right? And obviously, if they were to do it, it would be a very well-deserved booyah for them. They have struggled a little bit when it comes to the placement points, but they've been maintaining their engagements and getting those eliminations for themselves. So let's see if or not Mr. CGGG can walk away with the big beat.
And we're going to step into the future. The futuristic map of Nextera is here. Let's see if CGGG will be able to do the same thing that they've done last week. And so far, their drop zone mostly is Intellect Center. That is where a lot of teams has been dropping as well. Does initially gets elimination or early elimination for CGGG. So as CGGG right now has head over to Twin Bridge, getting away from Intellect Center, it leaves them with no enemies in play. But as you can see, there's also a good spread of players right now, and up close, Team Flash and RRQ might be battling early.
Very early R1 usage by Team Expand to spot out exactly where RRQ is, and that's a smart move from them. But what they do not know is CGGG is off to the right-hand side, so Expand is going to be in a lot of trouble. Team Flash, on the other hand, dropped Artemis very close in for a hot drop on the opposite side of where they were going to drop, so that seems to be a potential loss. Artemis is going to get tagged up by Razor. RRQ clearly sees this and does this already on that long flank from that left-hand side with Legloth running straight towards Artemis. He's going to be first blood, and Abe will take that point for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a common pattern right now that one of the players from a team usually drops far from the rest, and that is where they get information, but that is a cost with one elimination point. But as you can see, 18Z right now put in a little bit of damage against Sam Ming. Now, not knowing that one of the players from Reverse Red is already hanging back onto his left side. So let's see if, I guess this is a new name that we have on this list of Reverse Red. This might be a good turnaround for them to really catch up in the points, because they're not doing well for the past two maps.
And not too well at all, as Hans finds a flying butterfly, takes it out of the air, but Spade revives the butterfly instantaneously. He can be a good butterfly keeper.
Let's see if he can fly high. Butterfly, Paro G at this point. Leem sees Boonjame, and there is the new name that we are seeing for this team. Boonjame will be able to survive, healing a little bit and providing a little bit of distraction. There goes the hit, and Gold Shield will be going down. Diamond almost with Leem on the side, but there goes the hit onto Diamond. Another one! Leem brought them down, and there goes two players for the side of Reverse Red. It's still not being a reverse card for them to bring them high.
Oh my lord, Reverse Red instant revives hidden on through, and it looks like Heavy is taking the fight straight up to them. Xpos is going to get taken out of the equation. The question is, are the players who have just gotten revived going to be dropping into a safe enough zone so that the team of Reverse Red can pick up some solid points for themselves today? Saming finds 18D, potentially the final player all alive and kicking on the side of Reverse Red. Saming taken out as well, so there is a indication that there is one more surviving player out there. Diamond brings Saming back, so they're not going to get taken out anytime now. Boonjame full squad back for Reverse Red. It's as if nothing happened.
Yeah, well, they will be buying a little bit more time, but there's no time for argue as Legoloth will be brought down. It is Expand and argue in the battle in Zipway, and let's see if they will be zipping away to get out of this area. Razor just waiting for any cues for him to find out where the enemies are. On the other side, we have Stalwart Esports with no enemies at this point, slowly moving in towards PE Sport.
Very smart, aggressive play by Expand. Remember, they had scanned RRQ with the R1 very early in this matchup as soon as they landed. And as soon as they go in there for those loot, they knew exactly what they wanted to do. Take a critical strike, an early critical strike against the team that they scanned out so that they can pick up those points as well as extra loot. And they are doing a fine job at that, putting the pressure onto RRQ. In the meantime, it's going to be Stalwart on the pursuit for PE Sports, and PE Sports leads them straight in towards the compound of Homebois. This is not looking good for either Homebois or PE Sports, but LBT putting Butterfly out of his misery kind of slows down the pace of PE Sports itself. Stalwart catching up. Team Flash on the sidelines. Perhaps they'll get involved to help PE Sports out.
Well, let's see if there will be anyone helping out anyone else at this point. But I was just looking at the kill feed, and it's non-stop. right now. Nextera has run in a lot of eliminations already in the first not even 5 minutes of the game. And I love how it's starting off. There's a lot of points being gathered by most of the teams, and there's no specific pattern that's showing. It's more of how much a team can survive even if one player will be left.
Yeah, we can blame Pocket Shop for that. We can blame Susie. We can blame all of those coin machines out there on the battlefield. But I love it, right? Extra bit of pacing in the game of Free Fire. Early game used to be the slowest and the most boring. But now it's no longer any bit of that. It's just back-to-back action. We just get to enjoy all of this. Team Flash, they saw the players of Stalwart earlier on, and as anticipated, they are going to swoop on in to disturb some of their momentum as well. But quick tags by Yanbin, and then he backs away. PE Sports, who were staying quiet, waiting just by the sidelines, might just be the lucky ones here. Stalwart rotates out towards them instead. And Team Flash, as quickly as they tag, they look for a safer zone for defense for themselves.
Yeah, Team Flash literally hit and run. At the moment he hits, he runs away, and the rest of the team follows. Now let's see if Heavy will be able to move into an engagement right on the edge of the next circle and might be able to catapult in onto. But here comes the chase. RRQ Legolas coming back from the revive is now being chased by Kabi, and Kabi is followed by another player. Good position for them, but Legolas will be beat down by Jonah. There's no waiting for Kabi and the rest. Jonah just says, "Oh, I'm going to bring him down."
And the third party has arrived. It's going to be Stalwart, and Saipan drops a double instantaneously. Kabi and Hans taken out of the equation, and Stalwart the biggest winners of that equation. Team Heavy on the back foot. Dew finds one as well, and Stalwart picking up 6 eliminations. They are on heavy high gear, just driving through all of their opponents. Team Flash picking up a decent number for themselves as well. 2 eliminations thus far, and as long as it keeps coming to them, they will keep picking it up. Indostars with 5 eliminations. All of that action is just unstoppable at this point of time, all thanks to the Pocket Shop. But the question is, will Reverse Red have enough utilities on them to maintain this battle against Indostars now? They had to go on to a heavy revive spree earlier.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing that really throws off your game if you are being revived with no loots at all. Moonjame is now disrupting IDS or Indostars as they move out onto that bait. Let's see if Indostars will be able to will be reeled into that bait. But as you can see, it's a 1v1 that might be happening towards Diamond.
Raz, on the flip side of things, needs to find a little bit of a better defensive position in those stars, connecting those UAVs very well to get this information onto Reverse Red. 2-3 players get scanned out. Portal Go brings the Reverse Red players straight under the purview of the UAV, and it looks like RRQ, unfortunately, will no longer continue this journey towards this next circle as they get taken out in the 12th spot. The first team to get shut down. Team Flash finds Stalwart Caramel, takes him out of the equation. In the meantime, Spade finds GOW's Isa as well. Caramel instantaneously revived. Pocket Shop once again doing its rounds.
Yeah, Pocket Shop indeed. And let's see if Reverse Red can reverse the tables for favoring them at this point. Indostars right now trying to catch up by that next play zone as Evo's Divine is also doing the same thing. They might be meeting up against 18 Deer and Coach Shield, who's hanging back into the edge. And Stalwart Esports in the battle. Let's see who will be going down at this point. Team Flash in and out, and there goes Shin. Was able to block himself with that blue wall, but here comes 2, and there goes takedown by Caramel.
Yeah, 2 more eliminations, and they've equaled a Booyah equivalent number of points as, unfortunately, Stalwart Esports gets taken out. This is insanity. No, somebody click the wrong button.
No, I mean, Stalwart Esports is probably just paying back, but we did lose one of the teams out here. We're going to find out in a bit which one it is. But Reverse Red right now going in the jump, and there goes 18 Deer from Indostars back to, and there goes Team Flash as well back to the lobby in this game. Now, looking at the previous perform, there goes a hit, and 3 players from Reverse Red has been taken out, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, you were reversing their name as well, man. Red Reverse. 3 players down and out of the equation. And Indostars, the ones dealing all of the damage. A little bit shocking. C-Triple-G at the very same time, fighting a couple of players from Esports Divine out there on the battlefield, slicing them down to shame. IDS brings back a couple of their players, and C-Triple-G might just be laughing all the way to the bank. They've spotted out the final player. Aim God can't do much. He goes in for the tag. Cosque traded out. Beautiful stuff from Aim God, hanging on for his dear life. One guy circles around. Peter drops Aim God, but at the same time, I believe one revival has been pulled back in here, and the Indonesians will survive through Esports Divine.
Yeah, let's see on how long can they do so. There goes Di Quang from God of Wolves being taken down in this small compound by Du. Now, we are left with 9 teams remaining, 15 eliminations from Stalwart Esports. This is a huge turnaround compared to last week. Looking at the numbers overall, they are close to the bottom in our performance in Nextera. But right now, just with one game, they have caught over with the total points that they had from last week.
Yeah, Stalwart at the start of the day, they picked up 15 eliminations in Purgatory, but they also went on to pick up the Booyah there and were crowned with 27 points. Question is, can they bring that sort of a consistency in here this time around as well? A lot of heavy firepower. They've managed to loot up quite a number of players as well, so they are ready for back-to-back battles. Expand from inside of Zipway manages to tag them from quite far away, but they cannot get too cheeky because Indostars are keeping a close eye on them. If they make one wrong move, Indostars will jump on in to take a quick cheap shot at them.
Yeah, let's see who will be taking who at this point, and there's a very little room to move around right now as we are now seeing a lot of teams. But there you go from afar. Wang An was able to go for the takedown, and GOW has been eliminated, number 8 on the spot. PE Sports right now also slowing things up, moving into one small compound. But here comes Stalwart Esports with a surprise from behind and a double hit from both of the players. But Caramel has been brought down by Expand Crime.
Yep, Crime MKS hitting strong from the back instantaneously. That one grenade finds the connection. Crime MKS cannot be picked right back up just yet. Here comes Stop with the... Oh my goodness, Charge Buster. I did not even see that one coming, let alone Cobra from around the glue wall. The pressure had already been played already. Cobra could not forgive nor save his buddy X-Roy from out, who was a tad bit aggressive and unfortunately punished 2 other players. Crime and Axel will hold on to this high ground advantage for the time being before they place their portal go in a bit.
This is the best place to end the circle. There's so many high ground and similar places to move around. Homebois trying to do the same as what Expand has been doing for the past few minutes. But they're not doing so much in terms of elimination. And C-Triple-G is slowly moving up. And C-Triple-G is one of the front runners in this Nextera map. So you cannot underestimate this team.
You most definitely cannot. Cosque down on the ground, and it looks like Homebois are trying to make sure they pay C-Triple-G a little bit of extra pressure here. G'day, taken down. Fire sneaks that one away, as well as Butterfly gets knocked in his head by Peter, and Esports Divine unfortunately cannot continue to proceed in this particular lobby. They've gotten taken out in the 7th spot already. IDS, Indostars, holding on for their dear lives. They've got a decent enough spot to play in the next circle, so they don't really have to move a lot.
Yeah, let's see if they can move with the small spaces that they have. A little bit of damage being brought to them with those utilities, and it's easy to find out really all those opponents who is taking the compound, because there's not so much to move in this area. Indostars 9 elimination already and might be able to go in for the hit, and Homebois, one of the players, will be hit but recovered instantaneously.
Crime MKS, the one with the grenades thus far, now double, make that a triple glue wall melter, forcing the players on the side of Homebois back away from their perch. Cluster will not find the connection at all, and Expand has successfully pushed away their opponent's Homebois from that high ground. Now, they are the only ones holding on to this high ground advantage against all of the rest of the squads here, but the question is, how are they going to make their way down when it is time?
Yeah, let's see if they can make their way
but do
down.
they need to, Neptune? They're dead smack dab in the middle of the circle. They might just win this with medkits.
Yeah, but the thing is, if in case they will be paid back, similar to what they did earlier for the other teams, that will be so much trouble because they might be thrown in with so much utilities that they cannot get away. But Portal Go is already in place for their side. The only question is, will there be anyone waiting for them onto the other portals? IDS right now moving in onto the flank against C-Triple-G, and no one's making a move from C-Triple-G because they have one left out from this game. Is Cosq, who is just waiting it until the rest of the 3 players can get their points.
Yeah, this is either big brain plays coming through from the Expand squad by reading the circle well, or they are just the luckiest team out there. They barely need to do anything. All of the heavy lifting is done by the rest of the squads down here, down below. Homeboys hanging on for their dear lives, but the butterfly can't fly anymore, and the other teams have no mercy on them. They get eliminated. Peter will sneak away elimination with a grenade, as well as Homeboys bites the dust in the 6th spot. 18D down on the ground, bleeding out already. The players need to focus on picking him up as C-Triple-G storm the front with those grenades.
Yeah, let's see. Coach Hill was able to spot off the 2 players from Expand, but there's not so much that they can do. IDS right now moving in flank against C-Triple-G, and there goes a hit. Peter half to health. He'll be able to recover, and let's see Liam not seeing anyone with a glue wall in front of him.
And this is just chaos. Axel and Crime holding on for their dear lives right on top. Nobody else can. Portugal! Portugal right out at the bottom. And that was a final second move. I don't know why they moved at that point though. Crime MKS down and out already. Axel is still hanging on. Can he hold on for at least the 2nd spot? PE Sports can't really do much here. They go around looking at C-Triple-G, bites the dust. PE, a sliver of health. And it looks like Raz is just going to be playing the game of Medkit. Expand holding on. Axel still on top. Axel just with the Medkits. Can he hang on? Liam down. Continue down. Axel gets the booyah for Expand just with the Medkits. Big brain play by the captain.
Oh my goodness. And when we thought that they will be caught off guard with nades because they did the same thing with other teams, no, says the Axel, he will be healing his way all the way to the booyah. And well, I didn't see so much in terms of elimination, but there's a good chance for them because they do have the high ground. A lot of players are like heating each other up, and they can do that kill steal to grab a few more of the points, but we'll have to find out later on once it shows up on our screen. But Expand really doesn't need to expand their territory. All they have to do is stay into one place.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. This is just, you know, the cherry on the icing on top of a fantastic cake for Expand. The first Malaysian team to pick up a booyah to make the nation proud, and they are the only Malaysian team performing well enough to put a smile on Malaysian faces right now. Great stuff out of them, and what a hilarious way to pick up their very first booyah, right? And I have to say, those were big brain plays. First of all, to spot a position up top, they had 4 players, only 2 players went in for the cheeky rotation. 2 others took some heavy gunfights down at the bottom. Cobra unfortunately could not survive. X-Roy had to get taken out a little bit too early, and his partner Cobra followed suit instantaneously. And I have to admire the fact that those 2 players right on top, Crime as well as Axel, could have played the medkit gameplay, but Crime said, hey, you know what, bro? We don't need 2 players to play that game. You can play dirty. I'm going to go down and see if I can earn a couple of eliminations for the squad. Unfortunately, too many players down at the bottom. He got snuffed out instantly, but the captain still walked away with the booyah. What a day. What a way to end that game 5.
That was a good narrative. I mean, he might have given up all the utilities that they have, the healing that they can, that he have. And okay, I leave this to you as he jumps off onto the fray of the other teams. But again, that could have been possibly the storyline, or probably just a miss, because we saw earlier that Expand is surrounded with, if not 1 or 2 Portal Go. So if you missed jumping in, and we saw one missing, really like not getting in, but if you thought that you won't get into Portal Go and accidentally move out, then crime, there really was a crime on that battle.
And also there's another thing that Crime could have done, which is drop all of his medkits for his captain and say that, you know, instead of both of us trying to use medkits, how about you just play all of the survival I will just sacrifice myself for the team and try to take down a couple of players before I go down. You know, go down screaming at the very least, right? Or go down fighting, I have to say. And he did that well. He did that perfectly well. PE Sports unfortunately couldn't survive. The Indonesia stars, Indo stars themselves, tried to play the game of medkit, but they were nowhere close to the center. So the circle tagged them up first before getting to Axel. This is a hilarious booyah. I love it, Nep.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to listen in later on the interview. I'm pretty sure there will be one of the conversation, the interview. I hope so. Otherwise, like that would not be a good interview. But if that is the conversation, we'll be able to find out really what is in the minds of Xpan at that point. But again, we give props to Xpan, as you did mention, the first from Malaysian team that will be getting that booyah, but still on the number 6. So we're going to head over for the booyah interview, and we're just hoping to see who will be interviewed right now as we jump in.
Right, at here we have Roy from Xpan.
Ya, di sini kita bersama dengan Roy daripada Xpan.
Yeah. So, Roy, how do you feel get the first booyah for today?
I'm feeling good and
He can speak. No need to
grateful
translate. That's good.
to God because we already get booyah at this moment. So hard to get the booyah.
Yeah, you guys understand, right?
So,
Alright, so no need
get
to-
the booyah is not easy task. How to consistent and get the momentum to keep
Maybe
the
the
momentum.
consistent is our coach arrange the strategy carefully and more intelligent to the player execute well.
Wow, nice. So, who are the key player for the last game and why? Who do you
Azel
think?
and Crime because they are to combinate and like Crime have coin so that as he give to the Azel, Azel open the pocket market and buy supermarket and Horizon also.
Oh, so this mean Excel have horizon line.
Yeah, but the market still cover, not using Horizon.
So this mean Excel didn't knock, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, so untuk penonton-penonton
Yeah,
yang
any
tak tahu bahasa Inggeris, aku nak kena translate dulu. Ya, ramai view kita tak faham. Kau cakap apa tadi? So apa yang dikatakan oleh Roy tadi, key player untuk pasukan Xpan tadi adalah Crime dengan Azel. So bila berada di bahagian ujung tadi, Azel dia beli banyak supermarket dekat pocket market dan juga Horizon standby untuk orang di penghujung tu untuk bertahan untuk dapatkan booyah untuk pasukan Xpan lah. Teruskan. Continue.
Anything to say to your fans?
To all the fans, thank you for support at Xpan till now. We will try our best to give the best performance for Malaysia.
Okay, Roy, last orang kata apa permintaan lah.
Request. Semua orang minta ni.
Everyone request this thing.
Berdiri.
You need to booyah dance now.
Joget.
We are
Come on.
dance.
How you guys dance when booyah?
Yeah.
Maybe like this.
Oh!
Okay, after this when you guys get booyah, please do All four of you, okay? Alright, so itu dia. Kita bersama dengan Roy sebentar tadi. So kita okay,
I think that's it from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy.
Get the booyah from Malaysia.
We are so excited actually.
Yeah, hopefully Xpan will get booyah after this more.
Yeah.
That's it.
Alright,
itu sahaja saya rasa.
So Caster, let's get back to you.
Yeah.
So absolutely loved that interview segment, although I have to I was curious who's the host for the Malaysian side, because I was thinking the host clearly was having fun with this show, because every day the host doesn't need to work. But we have found out the host actually the mastercasters. So good on those boys. They are very excited that Malaysia has gotten their very first booyah, and that booyah is through Team Xpan. Unfortunately, not through Todak or Homebois, who are struggling at the bottom at this point of time. But of course, we have to take a look at some of the stats here picked up by Xpan as they picked up this hilarious booyah. 2 eliminations coming through from Crime MKS, one of their dead shots 2,207 on the damage, 2 headshots through 5 knockdowns as well. Constantly on that A124 combined with the beast, and he is the fragger of the squad.
Yeah, definitely a fragger indeed, but not so much in here because we saw a little bit of downplay in there. Even if they have the high ground, they can knock down the players, but it still will be done with those on the ground. But as we look at how they are playing it through, it's pretty much similar to what we've seen earlier. Triple Tatsuya plus a 1-2-4 for them, so it's a 3-1 split, and Crime is the one usually on the far side. Now X-Roy with 4 eliminations in this game, Cobra not so much. Surprisingly, the Axel with only 1 and 2 eliminations that we've seen from Crime earlier.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of adjustments have gone through this particular roster of Expand, and they have managed to nitpick exactly which one of those strategies they want to stick with. And it looks like X-Roy as well as Crime MKS is being pushed as their main fraggers, and Cobra has dropped back as one of the support players alongside Axel, which is a shocker because both Axel and Cobra are dead shots out there in their own accord as well. But they're trying. When you have your main fragger trying to play as a support player, you know the team is super good, right? Because in clutch situations, they can still come off and deliver for the squad. But of course, let's take a look at the elimination leaders. Overall, the #1 spot goes to Coach Hill from the Indo Stars. 7 eliminations in total, and Dew picks up that second spot with a total of 5 eliminations there.
Now we have the key players of this game. Dutz from RRQ with 10 headshots, and Dew from Stalwart Esports with 3,523 on the damage. Jonah with 5 revive teammates and 9 assists coming from Stop. So that is 2 from Stalwart Esports showing up as a key player, but unfortunately for them, they were taken out a little bit halfway through into the battle, and that was a chaotic battle, and these are the weapons that brought that through.
Yeah, top 3 weapons are going to be the Bison, Charge Buster, as well as Woodpecker. And it looks like this story is just not going to change. Not now, at least. 20 eliminations courtesy of the Bison. Charge Buster picks up 13, and the Woodpecker, unfortunately, just picks up 7. But obviously, you saw players like Crime MKS bringing in the Woodpecker, combined with that Moko, Awakened Moko, I have to say, just to get that extra bit of information off of those players out there on the battlefield. And that just results in more aggressive gameplays. And they can afford aggression, especially in the first 3 circles. The Pocket Shop truly is a game changer in the current meta.
Yeah, speaking of game changing, this is what we're talking about. Yep, despite of getting the Booyah, you can still be beat by elimination, and still Stalwart Esports is on the top. 17 on that elimination, and we've seen so much of elimination. Even in the kill feed earlier, just the top 5 is a double-digit compare or apart from Expand who got that Booyah, but that is in total so much more of revive being done as well. Now, looking at the overall standings, Stalwart Esports take over reigns on that #1 spot, and they have pushed Buriram United on the 3rd spot, followed by C-Triple-G, which is very close, 6 points in between them.
And of course, we have to highlight as well that Expand is now just 1 point away from EVOS Divine, 198 to 199. So that is going to be a heated battle between the two of them for sure. But I've also got a question, man. It looks like Malaysia is only being represented by one solid team at this point through Expand. My big question is, where are Homebois? Because you are looking at a team that has had world stage experience, but struggling here, unfortunately, at sea level.
Yeah, the answer is they might be at home at this moment.
They're in the studio. They're in the studio. Unfortunately, maybe they left their skills at home, but we want to see them maybe just Uber grab it back to the studio or something. But of course, our highlight is going to be the random map, and it's going to be dragging us right back to Bermuda. It played a trick on me, Nap. I thought we stopped somewhere else.
That was a cliffhanger indeed. I mean, you know how it is with wheels. Like, it stopped just in the right moment and then it shows up. But we are going to be brought back to the OG map, Bermuda. And as we look, I mean, let's see if Reverse Red can turn this things around, because Bermuda is a good map for them, but for the others, just for this day, it's not looking good. So this is a good chance for them to get back on on to play, probably take back a spot in the leaderboards because currently they're number 4.
Yes, take a look at the best teams on this map of Bermuda. It is Reverse Red followed by Heavy, and the third team here is actually Expand. And now this is a little bit of a shocker. Perhaps Expand wants to go for a back-to-back booyah, but they can't get cheeky again. This time they need to be really heavy on those eliminations as well, because not only do you want the booyah, but you want the number 1 spot on the leaderboard of that match at the very least by the end of things.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, apart from that, we also have CGGG who's leading this map as well, leaderboard, followed by RRQ Kazu. So top 5, only Expand is the team who doesn't have any booyah, but managed to do so in terms of elimination and consistency in their placement. So that is just what we're asking for. Probably a booyah will be good so that they can get 2 in a row. First time that we're going to see that happen for today, and this is a good start for Malaysia. Not only that, we are still looking for Homebois Conspiracy to move up because they are being pushed down so deep into the battle, AJ. So we're going to jump in onto the flight, and we're heading to the OG map of Bermuda.
Let's go, baby. Final game of the day, and it looks like we're going to take a fantastic flight path from Hangar all the way down towards Mill. This opens up the full map, making, of course, Sentosa a tad bit difficult to reach, but not impossible. Early jumps from the squads, and Rimnam Village will be occupied by Homebois. On the flip side of things, we can see Observatory taken over by CGGG, and in the middle of them, Hangar by Team Expand. Thus far, no hot drops just yet, Neptune. Too excited.
Yeah. I mean, this is similar to what we've seen earlier. It did work for Expand to their favor against PE Sports. The moment they jumped in, they were able to eliminate the team. But speaking of hot drop, here we go. We have RRQ Kazu and Stalwart Esports a little bit too close. Not only that, on Keraton, we have a 2-team Team Flash as well as Indo Stars who might be popping it up early into the match.
Let's see if or not they can absolutely pop off against Reverse Red here. He was divine. A tad bit challenged as Exposy finds the headshot onto Ray. Ray's going to be bled out, and the force comes through by Exposy Diamond. Just around the corner, Aim God with a P90. The better SMG in hand is in the hands of Diamond though. The Bison. And I don't think Aim God wants to get caught out here. Diamond has spotted him out already and drops on down below as he gets tagged up. 25% of his HP taken away. In the meantime, 18B finds Bio as a skirmish between Indo Stars as well as Flash kicks off.
Yep, Coach Hill has been brought down, and Alim just needs to hop on over and revive him. Now let's see if there will be any other contender. Artemis right now moving in and into the open. Liam was able to get out in to harm's way. Artemis right now on 1v1 flank will not be happening just yet. And here comes the rush. Liam moves in onto the other door, and they go surprise from the hit. A zigzag crossover. A little bit of action being done by Liam with 2 eliminations already.
Yeah, XM made beauty right there. The guy was already tagged up. He couldn't really use his powers, but he just sidestepped his opponent. Very, very smart in terms of the positioning gameplay. Just waited for the advantage around the walls and, of course, returned fire. X-Roy, on the other hand, couldn't really dance around Isa from GOW. He's going to be a little salty about that.
Yeah, I mean, probably dancing around too much. Lost his dance in game. So let's see if he'll be able to bring it back into this battle. Now, Pochinok right now with RRQ and Stalwart Esports. A buy high will be brought down by Do, and recovery instantaneously is about to be done. And there goes a buy high back into play.
The revival is there. Cypher backing away, and Stalwart under a lot of pressure. Cypher managed to sneak on in, but gets taken down either way by the drone out of the Homer. As Crime brings X-Roy right back into the equation, the team of RRQ continues to torture a player who uses the portal go in brilliant style. It is the one and only Caramel, but could not run away far enough. 2 players on pursuit, and RRQ still with the heavy advantage.
And that is a trouble once you... Oh, no! Do will be taken down, expected to go in for the vending machine. And there goes RQ Kazu being taken down. They will be pushed down a little bit too deep into the leaderboard. But going back to my point earlier, that is a double edge for a Portal Go, especially if you're trying to get away from battle, because the moment that your opponent steps in, they are still chasing you.
Yep, they have bought a tag onto Caramel. They know exactly where to find him. He's not too far away. But Stalwart has managed to bring in a revival here already. So even if he does get caught, it's not going to be all over for Stalwart. This is just the first circle. The very, very handy pocket market should be able to serve up all of these players, those revives, as long as they, of course, have those free fire coins in their pocket. If they're broke, I'm sorry, but you need money to buy yourself some life.
Yeah, you need Susie to buy yourself, like a little bit of sugar Susie in the sides.
Absolutely.
That can give you all those free fire coins. But let's see, C-Triple-G right now is in the hunt, or probably not in the hunt, but is just in there out in the open being spotted by Homebois. Let's see if the battle will ensue right now, or will they get away so that they can survive the beating of the zone. But Spade will be left together with the rest of the team. On fire right now will be left in there, and Nade hit only a few HP. Recovery is being done. Mercy though has been brought out.
And a beautiful shot onto Peter. He will be, of course, able to assist his teammate Mercy back up onto his feet. Peter, on the other hand, I believe is not going to be assisted in the same way. Fires backs away, Farmas in hand. Mercy back down on the ground. On Fire showed up, and as quickly as he did, he managed to take Mercy down on his knees once again. Butterfly on the opposite side. On Fire, same gun. Trogon, who gets the grenade? Glue wall melter laid out first by Butterfly. You better run, son. Pulls out a fantastic glue wall to stop the push of On Fire. But the Trogon still clips him. Butterfly on the ground.
Butterfly on the ground, not really flying high that much. And we have Homeboy still in the battle against C-Triple-G. They are still complete squad. Then goes to jump up close and personal with Fires with that scope. And not only no scope in that fight. And let's see on how they can survive. First Red, not only surviving but thriving in this battle against God of Wolf. Let's see if they can bring this team down, because there's no more waiting for Reverse Red. They want to break the points to their side.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, God of Wolf, the first player to get taken down from the side of Expand, lost his life to God of Wolf earlier, and Reverse Red. What a terrible day for them. They've now lost Diamond as well as Exposy now to the players of God of Wolf. RRQ, on the other hand, have been eliminated in the 12th spot, courtesy of the players from the side of Homebois. Exposy still bleeding out. The reversal here could come through for Sa Ming. Boon James recovers his own health first as Diamond is bought back by Sa Ming. All praises go to the pocket shop, and Evos Divine in the meantime. They try to mount that heavy pressure, but Reverse Red wants nothing of that.
Yeah, they get away, but Saming in there with sight gameplay. Let's see if he will be hunted right now, a little bit too close against the team of Evos Divine. They have 3 eliminations already. That does the reason for Reverse Red to back off from this play. And as you can see, it is our next phase onto the west of the map right now, a little bit too far from the edge on the east side. So let's see if, or rather, it might be reversed. It might be west side that will be a little bit too far from that run. So hopefully they will not be caught off in the open. Otherwise, it will be a no-go for this team.
With God of Wolf taken out in the 11th spot, it means that tomorrow's going to be a high-pressure day for them. The catch-up from the Group C is going to be pretty swift, and therefore, as Group A takes its rest, it is going to be pretty torturous for God of Wolf. And when they come back on day 3, they'll have to really hustle from the very opening match of the day. Of course, today, they can't do anything already because this is the final game.
Yeah, final game.
Sorry, go on.
Final game indeed. And that's one difficult way to go through, especially as they've done so much. God of Wolf had done a lot of elimination in this match, wherein they could have taken over against Heavy if in case they have a few more of those elimination. Great tactics, though, has been done with their passive-aggressive or a combination of passive-aggressiveness. But right now, There's nowhere that they can go. But 18 Deer moves in for the rush. Let's see if Heavy will be rushed right now. And there's a matter as they go in a little bit low on high ground.
Well, speaking of Heavy, great push comes through from Indostars here. The portal goes set up to cut off their rotation. Heavy is going to be bombarded with those ice grenades as well as the glue wall melters. Therefore, they can't bring up those new defenses coming down on the ground, courtesy of Liam's grenade. And they're going to be circling on, flanking from the left-hand side. Tan's going to get taken down as well. Back to back, Tatsuya saves his life, but still gets caught up by 18 Deer and his Bison. Rez has been eliminated at the very same time as well. Kochel has to back away. Does exactly that, and all three players on the side of Indostars manage to play a game of recovery for the time being.
Yeah, recovery gameplay, that is the name of the game for this matchup. Now, Reverse Red is still alive and kicking, and Heavy will be eliminated right now in 10th spot. Now, Saming is going in for the battle against Indostars, and the distance right now is giving them that advantage. Also, the blue is taking them up slowly and surely as Liam goes down from the hands of Exposé.
Yeah, God of Wolf's prayers coming through instantaneously. They were hoping and praying that Heavy does not pick up massive number of points. And Heavy was the one to follow suit with the team of God of Wolf getting taken out in the 10th spot. We'll have to wait and see whether the eliminations from the side of God of Wolf is enough to overtake them. Indostars, on the other hand, though, will have to deal with the repercussions of other teams tickling Reverse Red. Now, Reverse Red getting all of this revenge onto anybody that steps in front of them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is their chance. This is their map. And the only chance that they can take back their place into the leaderboard. But see, Triple G right now is in the battle against Expand. And this is becoming a pattern. Expand is always taking the high ground. Let's see if they can get away. And as you can see, the Portal Go moves them into the vending machine. And let's see if they can get in a few more of what they need. UAV has been released and a few more that they need to move in slowly into the next phase.
Yeah, I wish future editions of the Free Fire updates can show us exactly what these players are purchasing from those vending machines as well as Pocket Shop. I think that'll be a game changer because, you know, even like the explanation from Expand as to how they got that victory with the Super Medkit as well as the Horizon, you know, picked up by Axel, the captain, to remain surviving. I think, you know, information-wise, it would make the world of difference in terms of us estimating who's going to be walking out of a certain battle alive. That being said, though, Neptune, Reverse Red seems to be undisturbed for the time being, at least. Here comes Team Flash.
Well, there is a lot who try to disturb Reverse Red at this moment, but they are being taken down. Now, as we can see, Expand is already moving in, and this is a different team that they are rushing into. Evos as well as, oh no, it's Homebois. Conspiracy will be rushed by Expand at this point. And there goes Mercy. No mercy has been given.
Yeah, there's just no fight between Expand as well as Homebois. As far as Homebois is concerned, they just got ran over. But Team Flash, this is a shocker. Team Flash literally opened that portal goal and put themselves right in the crosshairs of Reverse Red. And Reverse Red are having a field day here, cleaning up the shop, taking down one player down after the other. And Team Flash taken out of the equation. C Triple G, who was coming up against Team Expand earlier on, uses the high ground advantage to take a couple of shots at them, but to no avail. The warehouse has been cleared up and Expand has now overtaken Team Homebois' defensive spot, but the team itself has not been annihilated.
Not annihilated indeed. I mean, despite of the openings or big openings of the hangar, they cannot get away from those players. Now, at this point, we have C Triple G, who might be waited on by Evo's Divine, who's just hanging back in here with all those gunshots being brought in by C Triple G. It is no question that they are known for. And there goes the takedown. Aim God, though, has been taken down by one of the players from C Triple G, but recovered instantaneously.
Yep, Dew finds a vending machine for himself, so the players bought right back. Stalwart has a solid chance of picking up the Booyah if they can find a couple of players to knock down and loot up, because two of their players now are running dry in the second last circle. C Triple G, the closest ones to the team of Stalwart here. Reverse Red, on the other hand, on the opposite side, skirming off against P Esports.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can win this engagement. C Triple G is just boxing them out, but as you can see, Reverse Red against BE Sports is just taking in a little bit of risky gameplay because the moment they end this battle or probably show up into the sights of the others from the other side, and they might be meeting their end. BE Sports just receiving a rain of fire coming from Reverse Red as they move forward, might be blocking the approach of the red team.
Now, how many grenades do the players of Reverse Red have, man? First it was the glue wall melters, now it's the ice grenades. But of course, in the meantime, C Triple G gets taken out in the 8th spot. PE Sports still trying to hold on for their dear lives here against Reverse Red. Don't Cry gets tagged up, 40 more HP. Boon James drops Don't Cry, and it looks like he's going to circle around looking for another arrow with the Bison. Finds 2 players at the same time. Alex Posey will be able to find him and put him down onto the ground. Don't Cry taken out already. Wang Ah, the final player, but couldn't do much as Reverse Red picks up the 15th elimination for themselves.
This is what we're talking about. We're back to Bermudans being taken advantage by Reverse Red. Now, how much more can they do? A lot of teams is still fighting back. And as you can see, Expand is just sitting pretty as they are waiting for the other teams to be unsuspectingly entering this smaller circle. Evo's Divine is doing the same thing, trying to hunt down Faiz from Homebois, and Homebois right now is in trouble. The moment he steps out of cover, he will be taken out.
That's all I have been seeing Homeboys do practically out there on the battlefield. Find a way to hold on for their dear lives. But of course, Expand needs to hold on for their dear lives as well. Here comes Cobra. Smited down, but Saming traded out by the Axel. AWM from afar. Fantastic crossfire set up here by Expand. But X-Roy taking the charge up close and personal with the charge buster itself. And it looks like Axel's going to be backing up Crime MKS. Boonjame drops out of nowhere. Portal Go laid out here, but Boonjame might have just made a mistake. Very low on that HP, but the solid glue walls keep him in the game.
And let's see if this can keep them in the game. Monster Truck being gunned down by Caramel with 2 players. That is not a good way to go for Stalwart Esports. And Evo's Divine right now moving in. Aim God blocking the approach with that. And X-Man will be eliminated by Evo's Divine. 10 elimination to their side. They take the place of X-Man to beat down Reverse Red, and beat down they did.
I wanted to say solid play from Reverse Red, but of course the circle just doing in too much of damage. Stalwart very close to that Booyah, but he was Divine just with the numbers advantage. 12 eliminations in hand already. They're looking for Stop. G'day circles around. It's the charge buster in hand. Can he find Stop? There he misses the first shot, not the second. G'day does put him down on the ground. Caramel taken out of the equation himself already, and Evo's Divine finds the Booyah in the final game.
And we have just ticked off our top 12. Everyone from the top 12 has had their booyahs already. And this is how we want it. Now, the only question is this enough for them to beat Reverse Red? Because from the looks of it, Reverse Red had a lot of eliminations as well already going into the game. It might have only led to 3 in terms of that booyah points, but how much more had this team of Evo's Divine done in elimination? That is a question that will be answered once the standing is shown. But once again, another booyah from someone who doesn't have by the start of this week.
I know, right? I mean, by the things that we have been saying from the start of the broadcast until now, people might just think we are scripting out the whole of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia, because we did say only 2 teams out of the top 12 don't have a booyah, but we have 2 more games left, and it just happened to be those 2 teams that walked away with the big beef. As of course Expand and now Evo's Divine themselves, but of course Expand is going to be very, very upset that Evo's Divine got the job done, because they were just an inch away from catching up. And not only did Evo's Divine survive longer than them, but they walked away with a pretty decent booyah with those eliminations. So therefore, they will keep their 5th spot. Expand, though, valiant effort from 14th place. They launched themselves up into the 7th place and then climbed up to the 6th. And I believe they will sit there for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, words are pretty deadly at this point, eh? I mean, how we're saying it, how it's the narrative is being said, it's showing up. So we need to be careful in what we say. Otherwise, we might be risking some of the teams going down a little bit further. But as we are looking into the players in a bit, we're going to look at the highlights as well and how it started and ended into this final Bermuda map. A lot of engagement that happened in those stars. Pop it off against Team Flash, but as we saw earlier, a few of them survived.
Yeah, this is the fight in EVOS Divine. I mean, massive day for them. A total of 103 points picked up, 46 from the placements, 57 from eliminations, and they have had a pretty consistent day. The lowest number of points they picked up was 10 points, and that was in Nextera map number 5, but they bounced back super strong, picking up 26 points. 14 eliminations, and of course the booyah that we just witnessed to make them the most dominant team of day number 4 here in our league stage run.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is a good way to turn up, staying into the top 12 without any booyah and then ending it with one. But again, a lot of storyline has unfolded already for day 1 of this week number 2. A lot more will be told on the following days because, as we shown earlier from the beginning of this day, we have 3 days back-to-back for week number 2. And I love how everything is being thrown topsy-turvy in the leaderboard.
I mean, that's the way we want it, Neptune. That's the exact way we want this out there. Because like we said, if it's just going to be one team, if it's just going to be one super dominant squad out there continuously picking up booyah after booyah, yeah, it gets a little bit boring. We want to see some back and forth. And it seems like we did see quite a number of back and forth with all of the chaos out there. But we want to hear from the champions of this final game. Let's take a hear and see exactly what EVOS Divine has to say.
Again with me and booyah for EVOS Divine. I'm so very happy to see a good performance from EVOS Divine, and right now I'm with G'day.
Yeah.
G'day. Okay, G'day. I want to ask you about recent your game. Can you share the secret to get to booyah in last round?
Boleh tolong kasih tahu nggak rahasianya buat dapetin booyah di match terakhir tadi?
Ya ngendok aja berempat.
Staying in one place.
Okay. What do you think about the first week?
Menurut kamu last week minggu kemarin itu kayak gimana?
Last week kemarin tuh ya udah pemanasan dulu aja.
Last week was just a warming up for us.
I like the answers. Okay. What's your target for this week?
Apa target kamu untuk minggu ini?
Minggu ini ngegas semua tim Thailand biar kita jadi paling atas.
Wow.
We will fight against all Thailand teams so we can be number 1.
Thailand, this is a warning. Okay. Anything you want to say to your fans?
Ada mau disampaikan nggak untuk fans kamu?
Ya tetap dukung kita aja sih walaupun kemarin di bawah, cuman sekarang kayaknya naik sih.
Okay, for all of our fans, please keep supporting us even though last week we were not at the top, but I think we can win.
Okay, good job for you and thank you for your answer. So, back to you, shoutcasters.
I love how the players are turning up right now, and I love the interviews as well. I mean, it's giving us more insights on how it is, like, what is their motivation this time around. I was looking at the numbers last week, really is not very good for EVOS Divine, but this day is already turning up as a good day for them. Hopefully it carries over for the remaining 2 days, but let's head over and check out the MVP. Good day indeed for EVOS Divine. We have G'day as MVP with 3 eliminations and 1896 on the damage, 3 headshots, 3 knockdowns, and similar to what we've seen so far, A124 is back in play.
Absolutely, man. Of course, he's got the Awakened Moko, Andrew, as well as Alvaro in his stash of passive characters, as well as Beaston to help him out in his fragging duties. G'day surely did rain on a lot of pain to his opponents out there, but he wasn't the only one picking up the slack for the squad. The rest of them, Ray Abex as well as Aim God, were getting the dirty done out there onto the squads as well, right? Homer, A124, Tatsuya, a double A124, very aggressive setup, and it shows exactly how they managed to walk away with those engagement as well as elimination points.
Yeah, I mean, double, like, say, triple disablement that we are seeing only one in Tatsuya, who can probably move in and out quicker so that they can get all of those hits. But not only that, we have Avax, who has, like, mostly pop off in a kill feed, 5 eliminations in this match, and that adds up to a lot more, followed by Aim God with 4. But when we look at the elimination leaderboard overall, we still have Explosive from Red or Reverse Red right now. 6 elimination, followed by our Booyah Takers, Apex, and then followed by Aim God as well. Boon Jame, the addition of Boon Jame probably turned it around for Reverse Red, and then we still have Stop in there from Stalwart Esports on number 5.
Yeah, Reverse Red has been having a little bit of a tortured existence out there on the battlefield today. They couldn't really do much to change their fate. They started off the day hot with 15 points, and they ended up the day hot with 24 points. But in the middle, that's the important story. They couldn't really do much, but perhaps this amount of recovery is enough for them to really show up strong on their second day of play within week 2. We will have to catch up with them later on, of course, on the next day of play. Boon Jame walking away with 7 headshots, puts his name on the leaderboard once again as one of the key players within this matchup, with Exposi, of course, following up with that damage. The players from Reverse Red, a massive game for them to close up the day, but the consistency missing in the middle could just be what tells us if or not they make it to a strong grand finals or a little bit of a weaker showing later on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Bermuda being on the start and to the end might be a good pattern to give us how Reverse Red is performing. But with the top 3 weapons, Bison is back in play this time, number 1, and we still have the same suspect in terms of weaponry. But going back into the standings, 26 total points for Evo's Divine, 14 elimination plus the rank points. Reverse Red, as you mentioned, did so much well with eliminations. Thus, it was able to bring them a little bit higher despite of not getting that Booyah. The same goes for Stalwart Esports though, but not in elimination, but in placement in second place.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they are getting the top 3, I don't think Stalwart's going to be complaining all that too much. They will take each and every single bit of points that they can get, because they know tomorrow the big boys Buriram are back in action, and they sure as hell will be going for some solid points out there. So any bit that they could sneak away today is one that's going to be putting a smile on Solwit's faces. They end the day with that number 1 spot, followed by CGGG in the second place with 261. Reverse Red sneaks away the 3rd spot with 250. But tomorrow, big boys, the big brothers Buriram, are back in to perhaps change how the standings look.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially as CGGG will be resting it out for tomorrow. Same goes for Evo's Divine and Expand. So those 3 teams might be pushed a little bit further, but it's a good thing that they were able to catch up in the points, bring them up a little bit higher now, as only Buriram United, Buriram United and Attack All Around will be introduced by next. So it's good chance for Attack All Around to move up against Indo Stars, PE Sports, and the rest of the team. But the MVP leader that we have on play is one more, who's getting 2 more of the MVPs and 35 total elimination. But compared to what we have on Group A and B's elimination leader, Red Diamond, is a little bit too close though for comfort for 1 more.
It doesn't matter at the end of the day if you're a Thai fan. All 5 players rushing for the MVP title right now are from Thailand. That's super impressive. The other regions should be stepping it up, chasing down the MVP title for themselves as well, so that we get a little bit of a great national fight here. At the end of the day, it is the SEA level and not just the Thai level. The Thai players are just making this look way too one-sided to their region.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so much more that we love to see into the battle. And well, we are already ending this day, and we're going to thank you, everyone. See you at the next day.
Supplier, how'd you like them apples? Closer.